Testing 1 2 1 2.
Welcome to Clydeberry Field. We coming back in the bottom of the first after some technical difficulties. Apologize for that, but Henderson State not having any difficulties early on in this one. The Reddies threatening with 2 runners on in the bottom of the first. Nobody out. Joe Myers bats. 2-2 count. Mitchell Jr. on second. Grayson Stevens on first after back-to-back singles to start the bottom of inning number 1. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Myers goes down. Nice pitch from Southern Arkansas's starter in the first game of our Saturday doubleheader. Jacob Womack gets the swinging strike 3 from Joe Myers, and Henderson State brings in Caden Argenbright, who again bats with 2 on and 1 out in the bottom of the first. Henderson State's starting pitcher Spencer Tack retired Southern Arkansas in order in the top of the first, as Womack twirls to second, no throw. Argenbright, Henderson State's leading man in terms of average, comes into the doubleheader batting .376 on the season. Checked his swing, strike regardless. Womack gets the fastball called strike, outer half. So in the top half of the first, Henderson State's starter Spencer Tack got Baker, SAU's leadoff man, to foul out to first. Then he struck out Morris and Martinez, back-to-back swinging strikeouts as Argenbright swings through. Foul tips it into the glove of Southern Arkansas's catcher Brent McGee. Strike 2. Mitchell Jr. led off the bottom of the first with a single to left field on a 1-1 count. Then Grayson Stevens singled through the left side on the ground on a 1-0 count. Joe Myers struck out, so 1 out. Argenbright trying to battle on an 0-2 from SAU's Jacob Womack. Fastball outside. Argenbright takes 1-2. Argenbright, a 6-foot freshman out of Sulphur Springs, Texas. And as of late, he seems to have springs in that bat. Argenbright has 6 home runs in his career. 4 of them have come in the last 6 games. Argenbright went 2 for 5 last night, had a 3-run home run in the first inning. Against Harding on Wednesday night, he went 4 for 4 and hit 2 bombs. Another twirl to second base from Womack, but still no throw. Again, 2 on for the Reddies, bottom of the first. Argenbright bats with 1 out. Mitchell Jr. on second. Grayson Stevens on first. Reddies trying to strike first here in the bottom of inning number 1. Argenbright just got a piece. Breaking ball from Womack. And Argenbright stays alive by the skin of his teeth. Didn't even hear the bat make a sound when the hit touched the ball, so just got a sliver, but enough to stay alive and see another pitch from the righty starter, Jacob Womack. 1-2. Fastball again outside, 2-2. Argenbright always puts together good at-bats. Never an easy out with this kid. Argenbright has struck out only 9 times, and this is 23rd start this season. 2-2, laced to left field. Jacob Martinez makes a nice running catch, running to his right, tracking towards the left field foul line. Argenbright got a good piece and put together a good at-bat after falling behind 0-2, but Martinez, fleet of foot, tracks it down for the second out of the bottom of the first. 2 on, 2 out now for Alec Lewis. Big spot for Lewis, who's wouldn't say he's in a slump, but just a little bit of a lull for Lewis. He's hit safely in back-to-back games after just one hit in his previous 5 games. First pitch to Lewis from Womack. Swung on, fouled off into the netting. Left side behind home plate. 0-0 the score. 2 on, 2 out. Bottom of the first. Henderson State's starter Spencer Tack struck out 2 of the 3 batters he saw in the top half of the inning. Alec Lewis trying to give Henderson State a 2-out RBI. 0-1. Fastball high and outside, 1-1. Womack, who gets the start on the bump for the Mule Riders this afternoon, comes in 3-0, 3.34 ERA. This is his 8th start. His 8th appearance and 4th start. 1-1 to Lewis. Breaking ball stays above the belt. 2-1. Henderson State in home whites today, not wearing their pinstripes. Southern Arkansas, blue caps with a yellow bill. Yellow tops with blue Mule Riders across the front. White pants with a blue stripe running down the outside part of each leg. 2-1. Swing and a miss. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. 2 hits for the Reddies already in the bottom of the first. Singles from Mitchell Jr. and Stevens. But Myers struck out, and Argenbright flied to left field. Alec Lewis trying to pick those guys up with a 2-out RBI. 2-2. Swung on, fouled back by Lewis. Now that Lewis and Argenbright have played about half the year this season, they played it half the year last season before the year was cut short. It's kind of interesting to look at those freshman stats now that they've kind of put together a full season of work, but over the course of 2 years. 2-2. Inside, and that got a piece of the home plate umpire, who gets up slowly off the turf, and he may have worn one off the leg. He's going to be looked at by Henderson State training staff. Rob Redding, lead trainer here at Henderson State. Home plate umpire appears to have been hit on that right leg. I heard a sound that it bounced off somebody's body. I of course assumed that it was either Alec Lewis or the catcher Brent McGee who had been tagged, but the umpire bore the brunt. But he looks to be just fine, gets a round of applause, and still shaking out that right leg. Pitch ran inside. It was a ball, so count goes to 3-2. Both runners advanced. Mitchell Jr. to third, Stevens to second. Payoff pitch coming up. Base hit to center field makes this a 2-0 Henderson State lead. 3-2. High and outside with a fastball. Lewis draws a walk. Lewis walked last night. He walked against Harding. So Lewis, although he hasn't gotten a lot of base knocks as of late, I think Lewis has probably been seeing the ball a little bit better as he takes first base and occupies the bag, which had been vacant moments ago. Bases loaded for the Reddies. Bottom of the first. Big opportunity for HSU and Corbin Sestinas, who digs in. Sestinas takes outside. Easy take as Womack misses into the opposite batter's box. 1-0. Womack coming in had logged 32 and 1/3 innings. Given up 33 hits, 10 walks. Struck out 25 batters. 1-0 to Sestinas. Fastball outside corner. Strike. So Womack striking out 2.5 batters for every guy he walks. 25 strikeouts coming in, 10 walks. 1-1 to Sestinas. Sestinas late. Out of play, 1-2. Big spot for Corbin Sestinas, the 5'10 freshman catcher out of Coral Springs, Florida. Josh Aguilar, the senior, caught last night's affair. Sestinas gets the start behind the plate and batting 6th. Here in the first of 2 games on a spring Saturdays. This is sent left side of the infield. It's gloved by the third baseman, Morris. He steps on the third base bag. He beats Stevens for the force out, and Sestinas retired with the bases loaded. Southern Arkansas loads him up, but wipes him clean in the bottom of the first. We'll go to the second, 0-0. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field here on the campus of Henderson State University. The Reddies welcome the Southern Arkansas Mule Riders for a Saturday doubleheader. These two teams faced off yesterday on Friday night. Southern Arkansas came back from a 5-0 deficit to win 9-6. Henderson State trying to win 2 today and grab the series against a scorching hot Southern Arkansas team. The Mule Riders come into this one winning their last 9 games. Spencer Tack works on the hill for his second inning. Tack was excellent in the first, retired the Mule Riders in order, struck out Morris and Martinez after getting Baker to foul out to first. 1-0 to Tucker Burton. 1-1. Tack gets the fastball on the outside corner. Spencer Tack, 6'4" junior out of Dallas, Texas, comes into this one 4.45 ERA, 4-1 record. 1-1. Popped up. Should stay in play. Caden Argenbright, the third baseman, crosses into foul territory and makes the catch for the first out of the top of the second. So back-to-back innings now. Spencer Tack has induced a pop-out in foul territory to retire the first batter he has faced. Four down for the Mule Riders. Top of the second. 1 out. Nobody on the base path. This is Brent McGee. Gets set to dig in, and Henderson State realigns the infielders. The Reddies have the shift on for the power-hitting catcher, Brent McGee. Caden Argenbright, the third baseman, moves over to the first base side of second base to vacate the spot where Colasanto, the second baseman, used to stand, as Brent McGee tried to beat the shift with a bunt, but fouls it back 0-1. Colasanto, the second baseman, has moved into shallow right field. Henderson State expecting McGee to pull. McGee 1 for 4 last night. 2 RBI. Those were his 14th and 15th RBI of the season. 4 off the team lead, 19 RBI held by Kobe Morris. 0-1. Fastball, nice location, right at the knees, outside corner. Not much McGee can do with that, but wait, watch, and wish. But Tack quickly ahead 0-2. Already looking for his third strikeout. Here it comes. He misses low. Sestinas the catcher. Butterfly blocks to keep it in front. No issue if it gets by, though. Again, base is empty. 1 out. Top of the second. 0-0 ball game. Second game of our 3-game weekend series. First game of our Saturday doubleheader here at Clydeberry Field. Tack, the junior, right-handed starter, looks in, comes set, and comes to the plate. 1-2. Fastball misses high and outside. Count has evened up now. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 61 degrees at first pitch. Should trickle up into the high 60s as we get later into the afternoon. 2-2 to McGee. That's low and inside. 3-2. So Tack was ahead 0-2, and the count has now gone full. 3-2-1. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. McGee trying to give the Mule Riders their first base runner. Henderson State loaded the bases in the bottom of the first, but Corbin Sestinas grounded out to the third baseman Kobe Morris, who stepped on third base for the force out and ended the threat. 3-2. Outside. Tack walks McGee with 4 straight balls after he gets ahead 0-2. So the Mule Riders have 1 out and 1 on in the top of the second. Ty Manning digs in. Manning digs in trying to flip his script. Manning, the only Mule Rider who did not log a base hit last night in SAU's 9-6 victory. Manning 0 for 5 and struck out. Manning bats 6th, plays center field for SAU. First pitch from Tack, swung on and missed by Manning, 0-1. Tack trying to build on his last outing, which was his best of 2021 so far. Back on March 27th last weekend, Tack faced Southwestern Oklahoma State, went 5 innings and 1/3. 5 hits, 1 run. It was not an earned run. Didn't walk a guy, struck out 4. 0-1. 0-2. Manning swings through again. So, Tack looking for a repeat performance, and hopefully he'll outdo himself from last weekend. Again, 5 1/3, 5 hits. Didn't give up an earned run. Didn't walk anybody. He got the win, moved to 4-1 as Henderson State beat Southwestern Oklahoma, 5-1. Tack looking for the punch out. 0-2. Misses outside. Good play by the catcher Sestinas to keep the fastball in front. He had to jab at that one as Tack muscled up and put a little extra velocity on it, but missed the zone badly. Went to the opposite batter's box from the right-handed hitter Manning. Now Tack checks on Brent McGee at first. McGee slides back safely. McGee, the only Southern Arkansas Mule Rider in the lineup today who has not stolen a base this season. Austin Baker has stolen 12. Kobe Morris has stolen 11. Ty Manning, who bats, has stolen 6. 1-2 to Manning. Fouled straight back. And we'll do the 1-2 again. Tack comes into Saturday's doubleheader, making his 7th appearance. They've all been starts. He's got a 4.45 ERA. He's 4-1. He's logged 28 innings, 28 and 1/3 innings so far this year. Another 1-2 to Manning. Manning reaches out and sends it to center field. Well hit. Haskins back at the warning track and makes a leaping catch. He bumps against the wall. The throw back to first is cut off by the second baseman, Daniel Colasanto, and Bryson Haskins gets a round of applause from his shortstop, Joe Myers. He just saved extra bases and robbed Ty Manning of his first hit of the weekend. It's become a regular occurrence that Bryson Haskins, at least once a weekend, if not once a game, makes an extraordinary play. And Haskins, again, showing off why he is one of the best defensive center fielders not just in the GAC, but perhaps in Division II college baseball, as Tack has the second out of the inning in his back pocket. Still 1 on for the Mule Riders. 0-0 ball game, top of the second. Connor Allen fouled back the first pitch of his first trip to the batter's box. Tack ahead 0-1. Tack got up on McGee 0-2. Walked him. Got ahead on Manning 0-2. He's up ahead on Allen. Here's the 0-1, and the breaking ball runs inside and gets Allen on the rib cage. So no hits in the inning. No hits in the game for Southern Arkansas, but they've got 2 base runners as Mason Peterson gets set to dig in. Peterson looking for an opportunity to get back to his form from 2020, when Peterson was one of the Mule Riders' best batters. Peterson led SAU with 34 hits and batted .378 last year. First pitch to Peterson, fastball, outside corner, strike. This year, it's been a different story for Peterson. Batting just .169, 11 hits and 65 at-bats. Peterson 1 for 4 with an RBI and a walk last night. 0-1 to Peterson. 2 on, 2 out, top of the second. 0-0 ball game. Fastball, strike 2. That might have been even a little bit more over the plate than the first fastball was. So Tack has been ahead 0-2 on 3 of the first 4 batters he has seen this inning. Tack struck out 2 in the in the top of the second. Looking for his 3rd strikeout of the day. He got it. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Spencer Tack, 3 straight fastballs, and Peterson cannot catch up. Southern Arkansas puts 2 on the board, but Tack keeps it scoreless here at Clyde Berry. We'll go to the bottom of the second on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clyde Berry Field. Daniel Colasanto, wearing number 2, playing second, leads off the bottom of inning number 2 for HSU. Colasanto bats 7th, so it'll be the bottom of the order due up. And bottom 2, 7, 8, 9. Colasanto, Haskins, and Butler. Colasanto takes 1-0 and swings, fouls it off. Looping liner, tails away, out of play. 1-1 to the left-handed hitting second baseman Colasanto. Outside, gets by Brent McGee, the catcher, but no issue as the base paths are empty. As Daniel Colasanto, the Garland, Texas native, out of Bishop Lynch High School, leads off the bottom of the second. Nobody on, nobody out. 2-1 to Colasanto. Shot left side. The shortstop Orr takes the Sunday hop head high and throws out Colasanto by a step and a half. Colasanto grounds out. 6-3, out number 1 in the bottom of the second. 0-0 ball game. Base paths empty. Bryson Haskins digs in, and we'll try to change that. Haskins is trying to continue a 5-game hitting streak. As usual, aggressive at the plate from Haskins. I feel like every single at-bat from Haskins last 4 or 5 games now, he's been swinging at 90% of the first pitches he sees. But can't really blame him. Haskins, like I said, on a 5-game hitting streak, and Haskins last night went 2 for 4 with an RBI and a walk. It was Haskins' first multi-hit game since late February. He's quickly behind 0-2 after another foul ball. Womack looking for his second strikeout. 0-2. Slow roller, shortstop or charges. Another head-high gather with the glove, and once again he throws Haskins out after retiring Colasanto. So back-to-back 6-3s here in the bottom of the second. 0-0 ball game as Nick Butler bats. Order now complete as the 9-hitter Butler gets set to take a turn. Danny Mitchell Jr., who led off the bottom of the first with a single, stands on deck. Butler swings and misses. Hefty hack from Butler, but he comes up empty. Butler went 0 for 2, walked last night with the bases loaded, so he did pick up an RBI. 0-1, out of play. Foul ball, 0-2. Womack loaded the bases, got out of it in the bottom of the first, looking to retire the Reddies in the blink of an eye here in the bottom of the second. Colasanto and Haskins just grounded out 6-3, both 6-3. Butler trying to fight one off and get on base. 0-2. He fights it off, but again out of play. Butler has become Henderson State's regular right fielder as of late. Alec Lewis has stayed in the starting lineup, but Lewis is more used in the DH spot nowadays. Henderson State really likes Butler's glove out and right. 0-2, Butler swings through. Strike 3. Womack gets Butler to swing it, the dipping breaking ball, and the Reddies are retired in order. 1, 2, 3 in the bottom of the second. We'll go to the third on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. We go to the top of the third. It's been all window frames on the scoreboard so far. Spencer Tack back on the hill for another inning of work. Riley Orr, 9-hitter and the shortstop for Southern Arkansas, digs in and leads off. He checks his swing. Corbin Sestinas, Henderson State's catcher, asks for a check to the secondary umpire, but the secondary ump agrees with the home plate man and says Orr did not go around. Count 1-0. 1-1. Fastball from Tack. Tack's got 3 primary pitches: fastball, slider, changeup. Tack, one of the premier fastballs in the GAC, around 91, 92. He'll reach back and get 94 sometimes. 1-1. Off speed there. Went to the changeup, which is in the low 80s. He's also got that slider. Tack has looked good so far. Southern Arkansas got 2 base runners in the top of the second, but no hits for the Mule Riders, as Orr leads off the top of the third in a scoreless ball game. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Foul tipped into the glove of the catcher, Sestinas. Good job by the freshman out of Coral Springs to squeeze the pearl. He oyster shelled it, and the Reddies have the first out of the top of the third. Tack already 4 strikeouts today. The Reddies needed Tack to have his best stuff, and so far he has, against a very challenging Southern Arkansas lineup, spearheaded by Austin Baker and Kobe Morris. This is sent out to shallow right field. Bryson Haskins dives and can't make the play. This is going to roll to the right center field wall. Austin Baker is going to head into third for a 1-out triple. And I'm not sure if Bryson Haskins could do that one again. I don't know if Haskins would lay out for that one. I'm not sure how much of a chance Haskins had to make that catch, and sometimes you just have to measure your risk reward. If Haskins holds up there and plays that off the hop, that's a single. Instead, it's a triple for Austin Baker, and it brings up Kobe Morris and gives Morris a big opportunity to break a scoreless tie. Morris is Southern Arkansas's best hitter in the first half of 2021. Leads SAU in average, runs, hits, doubles, RBI, slugging, and on-base percentage. Fastball, strike one, outside corner. Morris checked his swing, strike regardless. Morris comes in batting .418, 33 hits and 79 at-bats, 25 runs scored, 6 doubles, third on the team with 5 homers. Again, 19 RBI, that leads the Mule Riders. 684 slugging, 525 on-base percentage. 0-1. 0-2, nice pitch by Tack. Change-up from Tack. Fastball change-up. Tack way ahead of Morris, 0-2, looking for a big second out here with Baker on third. Sent out to center field. Baker will tag. Haskins gathers under it. The throw coming home. It's on line, but just takes a hop off the pitcher's mound, and Baker will score. That was a great throw by Bryson Haskins. If that travels 12 inches further in the air, we could have had a play at the plate. But Baker scores after the 1-out triple, and Cody Hooten out to talk with the home plate umpire. Henderson State thought that Baker left third base early. That's why the Reddies threw it back to third after Baker crossed the plate. Home plate umpire said Baker did not leave early, did not leave prematurely, and he was awarded home plate. Reddies head coach Cody Hooten obviously disagrees, and just judging by his body language, I think that he thought he had a case. But I have, in all my days playing and broadcasting baseball, I've never seen that call overturned. And this will not be the first time as Southern Arkansas takes a 1-0 lead in the top of the third inning. Morris brings home Baker with the sacrifice fly. Now Jacob Martinez digs in and takes a strike on the inside corner. Martinez had a great day at the plate last night. Only got 1 hit, but he walked 4 times. That on-base percentage went up about 50 points. Martinez lays down the bunt, but it's immediately foul, and he's quickly behind 0-2. So again, Haskins not charged with the error, but I think, again, looking back, Haskins would have played that ball differently off the bat of Baker. He dove for the ball that he had a 1 in a million chance of catching, and it rolled to the wall, allowing Baker to take third base, and Baker eventually scored on the sacrifice fly from Kobe Morris as Spencer Tack gets strike 3 called Martinez goes down on 3 pitches looking. Tax got his 5th K of the day, but Southern Arkansas takes the lead. Mule Riders up 1-0. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field here on the campus of Henderson State University. The Reddies trail 1-0 as Danny Mitchell Jr. digs in to lead off the bottom of the 3rd. Mitchell Jr. squared to bunt briefly, pulled the bat back. Strike called. Jacob Womack back on the hill. Got the start and works his 3rd inning for Southern Arkansas. 0-1 from Womack, breaking ball way outside. 1-1. Womack, 2 primary pitches so far, fastball, slider. 1-1. Fastball misses. Outside, that may have been a bit high as well, above the belt of Henderson State's leadoff hitter, Danny Mitchell Jr. Mitchell Jr. 1 for 1. Count evened up 2-2. Mitchell Jr. fouls it off. Mitchell Jr. has led off both games of the weekend series now with base hits. Mitchell Jr. led off the bottom of the 1st last night with a single, led off the bottom of the 1st today with a single. 2-2. We'll do it again. Hammered out of play as Mitchell Jr. was late on the 2-2 fastball from Womack. 2+ from Womack. He's given up 2 hits to the first 2 batters he saw. Mitchell Jr. and Grayson Stevens singled in the bottom of the 1st. Reddies don't have a hit since. He's walked 1, struck out 2. 2-2. We'll do it again. Mitchell Jr. fights it off, fouls it off. Fights it off and fouls it off. Mitchell Jr., the senior out of North Little Rock, Arkansas. That's right at 250 after the single in the 1st. Another 2-2. Mitchell Jr. sucks in the stomach as the fastball runs inside. Full count. Mitchell Jr. trying to give the Reddies a leadoff base runner. Here in the bottom of the 3rd, Henderson State down 1-0. 3-2. Outside, Mitchell Jr. draws the walk. His 15th free pass he has earned this year. That leads Henderson State. And he's reached safely in back-to-back plate appearances now for Henderson State. So Reddies looking for a little deja vu from Mitchell Jr. and Stevens, who both reached safely in the bottom of the 1st. Bottom of the 3rd now. Reddies down 1-0. Stevens takes fastball right down Broadway. Stevens singled through the left side on the ground in the 1st. Was stranded at 2nd. Reddies loaded the bases, but could not score a run as Womack, the pitcher, checks on Mitchell Jr. at 1st, and he's wise to do so as Mitchell Jr. has 9 stolen bases in 10 attempts for HSU this season. By far the team lead. Fastball at the knees, strike 2. Womack's fastball in the mid-80s. He'll reach back and bump it up to 88, 89 from time to time. 0-2. Hit hard over the glove of the second baseman, Baker. Baker judged that ball and leapt as high as he possibly could. Got a little leather, but Baker could not reel it in, and Grayson Stevens is 2 for 2 as usual. Stevens now has 13 games with 2 hits this season. So more than half of the games the Reddies have played, Stevens has multiple hits. One of the reasons why Stevens batting .326 coming in, and Stevens 2 for 2 today, has now bumped the average up to .340. That is second on the team. Right now is Joe Myers, who is batting .325 after striking out in the bottom of the first. 1-0 to Myers. He takes the breaking ball outside. Reddies 2 on, nobody out. Bottom of the third. Reddies had the exact same situation in the bottom of the first, but could not score a run. So Mitchell Jr. and Stevens providing Henderson State's part of the order with base runners, but Henderson State looking to do some damage now. 1-0 to Myers. Myers just a bit late. Fouls it out of play down the right field line. Myers went 1 for 4 last night. Solo home run in the second. Bats here. 1-1 count. Mitchell Jr. on second. Stevens on first. Strike. Right down the pipe. 1-2. That home run yesterday from Myers was the 127th run scored by Myers in his Henderson State career. And that made Myers the all-time leader in program history in runs scored, 127 of them. Myers also heading up the leaderboards in RBI. He's 10th in Henderson State history. Got a chance to move into a tie for 8th if he can bring home Danny Mitchell Jr., who stands on second. 1-2. Strike 3 looking. Joe Myers has gone down on strikes 2 times already today. I'll have to turn things around in the 3-hole for Henderson State as Caden Argenbright gets set to hit. Argenbright put together a good at-bat in the bottom of the first, but lined out to the left fielder, Jacob Martinez, who made a running catch to his right as Argenbright lined out for the second out of the inning. Womack, the Southern Arkansas starter, steps off the rubber, quickly back on. 2 on for the Reddies. Mitchell Jr. on second, Grayson Stevens on first. 1 out, bottom of the third. 1-0 ball game. Southern Arkansas took the lead in the top half of the third inning. Kobe Morris brought home Austin Baker with a sacrifice fly to center field. Twirl and a throwback to second. Nice move from Jacob Womack. But Mitchell Jr. slides back safely, beating the tag of the second baseman, Austin Baker. Henderson State has not scored. They've got 3 hits. Southern Arkansas just 1 hit, but they're in front 1-0. Argenbright waits on the first pitch of the AB. Swings, pops it up. Shallow left center field. Back goes Orr, the shortstop, to make the play. Backed up by his left fielder Martinez and his center fielder Manning. So the Reddies put 2 on in the bottom of the third, and the next 2 guys retired. Exact same script the Reddies had in the bottom of the first. Bottom of the first, Mitchell Jr. and Stevens back-to-back singles. Myers and Argenbright were retired. The bases were loaded after Lewis walked, but Sestinas went down on a ground out here in the bottom of the third. First 2 guys have reached, but again, Myers and Argenbright retired. Lewis takes fastball inside. McGee, the catcher, ranging to his right to keep that one in front. Lewis walked in the first, occupying a previously vacant first base. But again, the Reddies came up empty as Sestinas grounded out. 1-0. 1-1. Womack, the pitcher, may have missed a spot there. I think McGee was set out more outer half. Womack came back inside, but still gets the call with the fastball. Count 1-1. 2 on, 2 out for the Reddies. Alec Lewis, the local product, the freshman, looking for a 2-out RBI. Mitchell Jr., big leadoff second. Lewis behind it, swing and a miss, 1-2. Lewis 1 for 5 last night. Lewis batting .280 on the season. 23 hits and 82 at-bats. 11 extra base hits. Runners will be taken off on contact. We do get some contact, but immediately out of play. Count stays the same, 1-2. Womack, Southern Arkansas's starting pitcher, 2 2/3 innings, 3 hits, 2 walks, 3 Ks. Henderson State has had multiple base runners in the first and the third. Reddies loaded them up in the first, 2 on here in the third. Womack retired the Reddies in order in the bottom of the second. Another 1-2 to Lewis. And Lewis dribbles it down the first base line and foul. It appeared that Lewis may have fouled that partially off his lower body, but if that had been in fair territory, I think it would have been a live ball. Lewis fights off another 1-2. Henderson State has not scored a run here. They have made Jacob Womack work, though. That pitch count getting close to 60. Mitchell Jr. leads off second. Grayson Stevens leads off first. Even alignment for the Southern Arkansas infield and outfield. Not expecting a pull or a push. Womack again twirls to second. No throw. Nobody covering. Mostly sunny skies here in Arkadelphia. I think it's going to be a day where we're constantly taking the sunglasses off and on. Lewis trying to tie this ball game up. Reddies trail 1-0, bottom of the third. 1-2. Strike 3. Lewis goes down. Womack ends the inning with his 4th K. Henderson State strands 2 in the bottom of the third. We'll go to the 4th. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field, top of the 4th inning, 1-0 ball game. Mule Riders in front. Tucker Burton leads things off for SAU. Here in the top of inning number 4, Spencer Tack on the hill. He's been very good so far for the Reddies, looking to keep things going. First pitch outside and low. Simple take for Burton, who fouled out to the third baseman, Caden Argenbright, in his first at bat in the second inning. 1-0. 1-1. Burton fouls it back and out of play. Burton had a great day at the dish last night in Southern Arkansas's 9-6 win in the series opener. Burton 2 for 3, scored a run, drove a run home, also walked 3 times. So he reached safely in 5 of 6 at bats, and he reaches safely here as Tack runs the fastball inside, and that gets a piece of Burton. He takes first base. 6th time this season Burton has been hit by a pitch, and that on-base percentage that was second on the team at .471 bumped back up after he started 0 for 1 today. So Brett McGee digs in a 1-0 ball game, top of the 4th. Southern Arkansas in front. Nobody out, 1 on. Burton leads off second. McGee walked in the second, squares to bunt, pulls the bat back, takes fastball outside. 1-0 from Tack. Tack so far 3+ innings after facing a batter in the top of the 4th, but recording no outs. 1 hit, 1 run, it was earned, 1 walk, 5 Ks. If Tack can do in the next 3 innings what he's done in the first 3 innings, Henderson State should be in a pretty good spot. 1-0. Off speed, 1-1. Tack goes with a slider. Evens the count. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 on for the Mule Riders. Nobody out, top of the 4th. McGee, the left-handed catcher, bats with 3 infielders on the right side of the infield. Caden Argenbright moves from 3rd to essentially play second base. Colasanto shifting a little bit closer to the first base bag than he normally would be. Tack misses high with a fastball, 2-1. McGee again walked in the second, was stranded there. Tack walked McGee after he was in front 0-2. 2-1. Nice pitch from Tack. Another slider. Right at the knees. Seems that we've gotten a little controlled burn going on behind Clydeberry Field. If you're noticing some smoke rising, don't worry, something's on fire, but I don't think it's anything to worry about. As they say, where there's smoke, there's a smoke machine. 2-2 from Tack. Hit hard. Deep to right field. Going back is Butler. He circles around, straightens up, and makes the catch just in front of the warning track. Southern Arkansas's dugout thought that McGee had given that one a ride, but Tack may have gotten some help from the wind. Is the wind here at Clydeberry Field at the moment, judging by the American flag out in center field blowing in and to left field, so that ball may have been knocked down a little bit. McGee gives it a ride, but it runs out of juice just before the warning track. Butler makes the catch for the first out here in the top of the 4th. 1 on, 1 out. Ty Manning swings away, fouls it back and out of play. Manning, just like McGee, gave one a ride earlier. Manning hit out to center field. Bryson Haskins made a leaping catch and bumped up against the center field wall to rob Manning of extra bases. 0-1 to Manning. Tack just missed inside with a fastball. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 1 on in a 1-0 ball game. So the magic number is 1. Ty Manning bats 6th, playing center field for SAU today. 5'10" sophomore out of Flower Mound, Texas. 1-1 from Tack. That gets away from the catcher Sistinas. That'll be ruled a passed ball. Tack went with the slider, and it missed low and outside, but That's one where Sestinas will want that one back. So the base runner, Burton, moves to second, the conventional double play. Wiped off the board. Count 2-1 on the center fielder Manning. 1 on, 1 out in the top of the fourth. Nice pitch by Tack. Another slider, outside corner there. It's interesting. You know, Tack's fastball is around low 90s and a reach up, get 94. But that slider listed at, says it's coming around in the high 70s, but it looks faster. Really gets up on you quickly. Manning waits on the 2-2. Hits it hard right to the second baseman, Colasanto, who was playing closer to the second base bag, expecting a bit of a pull from Manning. The Reddies play it perfectly. Colasanto didn't have to move right or left, just took a few steps forward and throws Manning out at first. As the ball was hit behind Burton to the right side of the infield, he moves to third. But Tack can focus on Connor Allen with 2 outs in the top of the fourth inning, trying to keep this a 1-run ball game. Allen digs in, trying to double SAU's lead. Mule Riders in front 1-0, top of the fourth. First pitch coming to Allen. Strike. Outer half from Tack. Nice pitch. Southern Arkansas leads 1-0. SAU, though, only 1 hit with 2 outs in the top of the fourth. Tack putting together back-to-back excellent outings so far. 0-1. This is hit hard, but it'll hook foul. Thankfully, Allen hit it a country mile, but he was out in front, and instead of an extra base hit, it's a loud and long strike 2. Tack has already struck out 5 Mule Riders batters. He's walked 1. Tack again trying to keep this a 1-run game in the top of the fourth. Burton on third. Allen hit by a pitch in the second, looking for the 2-out RBI. Allen choking up. 0-2. Fastball blocked by the catcher, Sestinas. 1-2. Again, Allen choking up. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Spencer Tack reaches back, goes with a fastball, and strikes out Allen on the 1-2. Tack's got his 6th K of the day, his 31st strikeout of the season. It's 1-0. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field here in Arkadelphia, Arkansas. We're on the campus of Henderson State University. We've been treated to a good one so far on a beautiful spring Saturday afternoon. 1-0 ball game, bottom of the fourth. It's been a pitcher's duel between the Mule Riders' Jacob Womack and Henderson State's Spencer Tack. Womack, 3 innings, 3 hits, 2 walks. Struck out 4 as Corbin Sestinas digs in, takes strike. Sestinas, a freshman out of Coral Springs, Florida. Swings at the 0-1, fouls it up, out of play. 0-2. Sestinas 0 for 1. Entered the Saturday set batting .393. Sestinas, though, in 5 opportunities where he has led off an inning, has 4 hits. Out of play. Sestinas late. Sestinas pinch hit last night and put together a really good at-bat, but eventually was retired. Sestinas getting the start behind the plate for the Reddies today, batting 6th in the order. 0-2 misses just outside. Womack thought he had hit his 5th strikeout, went with the slider, but missed just off the plate to the right-handed hitting Corbin Sestinas. Sestinas upright stance, waits on the 1-2, pokes it foul, tails away and out of play. Sestinas opting for the long sleeves today in the spring weather. Temperatures in the low to mid 60s. Another 1-2. Hit hard right side. Baker going to have to make a long run, which he does. He gathers it up and throws Sestinas out by a step or two. Baker ranged to his left to the first base side, and Baker, time and time again this weekend, has shown off that leather as Sestinas is retired for 3. Daniel Colasanto digs in. Bases empty, 1 out. Bottom of the 4th. Colasanto, first pitch swinging, lofts it out to left field. Martinez, the left fielder, drifts over to the left field line, has no problem with it, and Colasanto is retired on 1 pitch in the bottom of the 4th. Henderson State looking for answers outside of Danny Mitchell Jr. and Grayson Stevens. Mitchell Jr. 1 for 1 with a walk. Grayson Stevens 2 for 2. The rest of the lineup does not have a hit. Reddies trail 1-0, bottom of the 4th. Bases empty, 2 outs as Bryson Haskins digs in. Haskins, the right-hander center fielder, takes ball above the belt. One of the few times Haskins has not swung at the first pitch of an at-bat last few games. Haskins, again, running a 5-game hitting streak. 6 for 16 for Haskins last 5 games. 1-0. 1-1. Haskins was really slumping through the first 15 games or so, batting .196, but the average has improved up over 40 points on this hitting streak. Haskins can't check his swing as Womack pulls the string on the slider. Devilish pitch there. Haskins again can't held up. Count goes 1-2. Womack looking to retire the Reddies in order for the 2nd inning. He does. Delayed strike 3 call by the home plate umpire. Haskins thought that pitch was outside. Womack has his 5th K of the day. Reddies go down in order in both the 2nd now and in the 4th. We'll go to the 5th. 1-0 ball game. Mule Riders in front on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Arkadelphia. Welcome back to campus of Henderson State University. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field as we go to the top of the 5th inning. It's been a lot quicker game so far than it was last night. In a game that lasted almost 4 hours, been about an hour and 15 minutes to get to the top of the 5th as Spencer Tack remains on that bump for HSU. Misses with a fastball outside to Southern Arkansas's first baseman, Mason Peterson, who bats in the leadoff spot here in the 5th inning. He bats 8th in the lineup. Fouls it back and out of play, 1-1. Peterson struck out back in the 2nd. And stranded runners at 1st and 2nd. SAU got the only run of the game in the top of the 3rd after Baker tripled and Morris brought him home with a sac fly to center. Another fastball tails outside, 2-1. 4+ innings from Tack. 1 hit, 1 run, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. It's been a very solid start so far from the junior out of Dallas. 2-1. Check swing by Peterson. Both sides of the cheering sections disagree. Southern Arkansas gets the nod, though. Home plate umpire checks with his secondary, and they agree that Peterson held his swing. Count goes to 3-1. Fastball, outside corner, strike 2. Patterson looked ready to throw the bat and take first with the walk, but he'll dig in for at least one more pitch. Count full here in the top of the 5th. Peterson leads off the inning. Payoff pitch from Tack. Peterson stays alive, fights it up out of play. Southern Arkansas 1 for 12 as a team, but they've got the game's only run. 1-0, top of the 5th. Full count to Mason Peterson. Fastball outside. Peterson walks. So Tack lets Peterson off the hook there. Fastball tracked at 91 miles an hour, but it's outside. Peterson batting just 167 before drawing the walk. So Tack offers a leadoff walk to Southern Arkansas's 8th hitter, and Riley Orr digs in. Orr trying to bounce back after striking out to lead off the 3rd. Tack trying to get back on track as Orr pulls the bunt back and takes low, ball 1. Orr had a great night last night in the 9 spot for Southern Arkansas. Talk about serving as a secondary leadoff man. Orr 3 for 5, scored a run, also had an RBI. 1-0 here. Orr again squares to bunt, gets it down. Tack fields, goes to 2nd, and gets the lead runner, Peterson. Great play by Tack. That wasn't a terrible bunt by Orr, but Tack gathers it in and makes a whip throw to 2nd. A perfect throw. Really nice play by Tack. It is easier said than done for pitchers to field their position because it's such a different throwing motion than throwing on the hill. But Tack makes it look easy, and instead of moving a runner to 2nd, Southern Arkansas has a runner on 1st with 1 out in the top of the 5th as Riley Orr sends this out to left center field. Going to be a long run for Danny Mitchell Jr., but he makes a running catch to his right. Bryson Haskins was playing out in right center field as he was expecting Baker to send it to the opposite part of the diamond, but Baker flies out on 1 pitch, and Spencer Tack all of a sudden has 2 outs here in the top of the 5th after allowing Mason Peterson to get on board with a leadoff walk. Peterson was retired on the force out at second base, so Orr is the one now who leads off first as Kobe Morris looks to stay scorching hot. Fastball at the knees, strike 1. Morris has driven home the game's only run. His sacrifice fly in the third brought home Austin Baker, who had tripled just moments before. The sac fly was sent out to center field. It was a nice throw from Bryson Haskins, but it just caught the back end of the pitcher's mound and altered the trajectory of the throw. Orr takes off, throw down to second from Sestinas. A little high, and Myers tried to sweep back with the tag, but could not put any leather on the leg of Orr, and he's got a stolen base. Orr into scoring position with his 6th stolen base of the season. That's now tied for 3rd on the team with Ty Manning. That 0-1 pitch from Tack that was thrown down to second, miss, so the count goes to 1-1. This is hammered right field. Butler ranges back and makes the catch at the track. Kobe Morris barrels it up, but Butler there to make the play. Spencer Tack has worked 5. Reddies down 1. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Reddies trying to get to Southern Arkansas's starting pitcher, Jacob Womack. Reddies trail 1-0 in the bottom of the 5th as Nick Butler watches a first pitch fastball find the zone behind him. 0-1. Butler plays right, bats 9th for the Reddies. 9-1-2 due up. Butler swings, pops it up. Morris, the third baseman, ranges over in front of the Henderson State dugout, but runs out of room. Butler quickly behind 0-2. Butler struck out in the second, which ended the inning. Mitchell Jr. and Grayson Stevens are combined 3 for 3. No other Reddy has a hit. Reddy's down 1-0 bottom of the 5th. Butler leading off. Fastball just misses. Maybe just a bit above the belt. Butler hitting 500 when he's leading off innings, though. 1-2. Nice take from Butler. Nice pitch from Womack, but just a better eye from Butler, who exercises some plate discipline. Womack has worked 4+ innings now, 3 hits, no runs, 2 walks, 5 Ks. 2-2. Strike 3. Butler turns to talk to the home plate umpire. He says that was up, but not a democracy here, a dictatorship, and one man makes the decisions. He says Butler has struck out for the 2nd straight time. Womack has his 6th K. But the next 2 guys are the Reddies who have given Womack the problems. Mitchell Jr. 1 for 1, also walked in the 3rd. First pitch to Mitchell Jr. Taking low and outside. Easy take for DMJ. Mitchell Jr. was batting just .218 through 16 games, but is batting .291 in his last 6. 5 of those last 6 have come when Mitchell Jr. is leading things off for Henderson State as Womack misses outside with a fastball 2-0. Womack approaching 80 pitches here in the bottom of the 5th. 2-0. 3-0. That was pitch 79. This will be pitch 80. Should be, I would expect Mitchell Jr. to be taken all the way on the 3-0 count. He does. Mitchell Jr. can't believe the call. He thought he walked on 4 pitches. Mitchell Jr. thought that was above the belt. He takes his time getting into the batter's box, back into the batter's box, and you can hear the complaints now from the Henderson State crowd as Mitchell Jr. takes another fastball. This one clearly a strike. Outside corner, 3-2 now. Reddies trail 1-0. Bases empty, 1 out. Bottom of the 5th. Payoff pitch, 3-2 from Womack. Hit hard, deep left center field. Martinez back and makes the catch right at the warning track, just about 15 feet to the right of the 365 sign out in left field. So Mitchell Jr. barrels up the 3-2, but just runs out of room, runs out of juice, I should say, is Martinez, who's the one who had room. Mitchell Jr. 1 for 2. Grayson Stevens digs in 2 for 2 already. Stevens looking for his 3rd hit. It would be his first 3-hit game of the season. He takes low 1-0. Stevens has logged 2 hits in a game 13 times this year, but never 3 hits. Stevens now has 2 hits in 6 of his last 8 games. Stevens takes again low, 3-0. So Mitchell Jr. was ahead 3-0. Now Stevens ahead 3-0. Stevens looking to give the Reddies a 2-out base runner, bottom of the 5th. Stevens takes strike 1. 1-0 ball game. Pitcher's duel between the Mule Riders' Womack and then Reddies' Spencer Tack. 3-1. Fastball outside corner, strike 2. 3-2. Southern Arkansas got the game's only run on the top of the 3rd. Sacrifice fly from Kobe Morris. 3-2. Stevens reaches out and has a 3-hit game. He is 3 for 3. Stevens has 3 of Henderson State's 4 hits. That's a single to the left side. The shortstop, Orr, never had a chance on it. He was sprinting to his right, but he watches that one roll into left field, and Henderson State does have a 2-out base runner as Joe Myers looks to turn things around. Joe 0 for 2 has gone down swinging. He's gone down looking. Stevens leads off first. Myers pops up the first pitch of the at-bat, and the first baseman Peterson calls off the pitcher Womack just to the right side of the pitcher's mound. Myers frustratedly throws the bat and goes down for the 3rd out of the 5th inning. We'll go to the top of the 6th. Still 1-0. Mule Riders in front. Henderson State down 1-0 to their rivals from Magnolia on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. 6th inning upcoming. Spencer Tack back on the bump for HSU. He's thrown a great one so far, and he'll get back out there trying to keep it a one-run game. Southern Arkansas scored the game's only run on the top of the 3rd. It'll be 3-4-5 due up for the Mule Riders in the top of the 6th. Martinez, Burton, and McGee. Martinez leads things off, 0 for 2. First pitch from Tack. First pitch swinging. And first pitch sent out to center field. Haskins, the center fielder, takes one step back before jogging forward to make the catch. So Tack gets an instant out to start the 6th, as Martinez is now 0 for 3. Southern Arkansas just one hit, as Tack has gotten 16 outs here in the top of the 6th. Tack 5 1/3, 1 hit, 1 run, 2 walks, 6 Ks. If Tack gets one more out, it is his longest start of the season. First pitch swinging by Burton. He fishes and misses. Tack has been excellent in back-to-back weekends. Last weekend went 5 1/3, gave up 1 run and was not earned against Southwestern Oklahoma State. Got the win, trying to outperform himself today, and Tack misses low, 1-1. Tack, hard to ask for anything more from the junior from Dallas, but Henderson State has been held scoreless by Jacob Womack, the Mule Riders pitcher. Tack misses outside, tailing fastball gets away as it caromed off the glove of the catcher Corbin Sestinas, but base is empty, so no issue. 1 out, top of the 6th, 2-1 count to Southern Arkansas's DH and cleanup hitter, Tucker Burton. Burton 0 for 1, fouled out, and the 2nd was hit by a pitch in the 4th, 2-1. 2-2, Burton behind it. Again, Southern Arkansas, just 1 run. Austin Baker tripled in the 3rd, was brought home by a sacrifice fly from Kobe Morris. Henderson State loaded the bases in the 1st, got 2 on with nobody out in the 3rd, but has not been able to scratch a run across. 2-2 now. Swing and a miss. Spencer Tack with the venomous slider. That's his 7th K of the day. That ties a season high in strikeouts for Tack. He also struck out 7 Mule Riders in the 2nd game of our doubleheader back on February 12th when these two teams faced off against one another in non-conference play. Struck out 7 Mule Riders in 4 innings. And again, Tack, with that out, now has the longest outing of his season. 5 2/3, looking to complete the top of the 6th, as Brent McGee takes a changeup outside, 1-0. Reddies have been expecting McGee to pull all day, and this time no different. 3 infielders on the first base side of second base. 1-0 to the power-hitting catcher. He was swinging for power there, came up empty, 1-1. McGee, 6 home runs in 68 at-bats. That's tied for the team lead. McGee had 9 home runs in 23 games last year. 1-1. Fastball, high and outside, 2-1. McGee was arguably Southern Arkansas's best hitter last year. He was just absolutely pulverizing the ball. Before the season was cut short by COVID, McGee was batting .424, and again, like I said, hit 9 home runs in 23 games. That slugging percentage was up in the 800s. 2-1. That was a changeup to me. Strike at the belt, 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the 6th, base is empty. Tack looking for back-to-back strikeouts. It would be his 8th strikeout. It would be a new season high. 2-2. He's got it. It's in the dirt. Sestinas picks it up, throws to first. And McGee does go down. Tack has 8 strikeouts, so he's got a new season high in innings pitched and a new season high in strikeouts. One of the best outings of Spencer Tack's career, considering the opponent. if not the best outing of Tack's career, but he's needed some help. The Reddies have not scored a run for their starter. It's 1-0. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clyde Berry Field here on the campus of Henderson State University. The Reddies trying to get something going. They trail 1-0, bottom of the 6th. Caden Argenbright digs in and leads off, takes fastball high and outside, 1-0. That was the first pitch of the inning from Jacob Womack, Southern Arkansas starter, his 90th pitch of the outing, 1-0. Swing and a miss from Argenbright, 1-1. Womack has been excellent in the pitcher's duel. Womack and Tack going at it. 1-1 to Argenbright. Missed, 2-1. Womack has dropped that ERA from 3.34 to start to 2.89. Argenbright swings at the off speed, gets a piece, but tips it into the glove of the catcher Brent McGee. Argenbright 0 for 2. Henderson State's leading man in terms of average. Lines this foul out of play. Count 2-2. Argenbright leads off the bottom of the 6th. 1-0 ball game. Mule Riders in front. Only run of the game scored in the top of the 3rd. Argenbright batting .406 in leadoff opportunities. 2-2. Skewed right at the shortstop, Orr, who makes a sliding catch moving to his right. Argenbright hits it hard, but right at the yellow jersey. And he goes down. L6 in your scorebooks. Line out to the shortstop. Alec Lewis digs in 0 for 1. Walked in the first, struck out in the 3rd. Womack. First pitch. Strike. Nice pitch from Womack right at the knees with a breaking ball. 0-1 to Lewis. Lewis. This is going to get to the wall in the left corner. Lewis takes the turn around first and heads into second for a 1-out double. That is Henderson State's first extra base hit of the day. Their 5th hit as a team. And that's the first hit for already not named Danny Mitchell Jr. or Grayson Stevens. Now Alec Lewis hits in 3 straight games. Again, Lewis not really going through a slump, just a little bit of a lull right now, but Lewis trying to work his way back to form. And a big double there. Again, Reddy's first extra base hit. Lewis stands on second, 1 out, bottom of the 6th. Lewis represents the tying run. Corbin Sestinas, right-handed catcher, takes above the belt, 1-0. That was Lewis's 6th double of the year. Second on the team. Caden Argenbright leads the Reddies in 2 baggers. He's got 8 of them. Corbin Sestinas 0 for 2 today. Trying to tie this ball game. Late. Foul ball out of play. Sestinas has hit a lot of balls hard, but he's been late more times than not. Just trying to catch up to Jacob Womack, who has had really good stuff today. 1-1 to Sestinas. Sestinas swings through, 1-2. That was Womack's 100th pitch as the bullpen starts to get active down there for Southern Arkansas down the right field line. Womack has gone 5 1/3. Here's the 1-2 to Sestinas with 1 out. Fastball misses. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the freshman catcher Corbin Sestinas. Sestinas did not play last year as a freshman. Freshman this year, as everybody gets an extra year of eligibility due to COVID. Sestinas has hit safely in 5 of his 6 starts. 2-2. Sestinas strikes out. May have gotten a piece of that, but it's caught by McGee either way. And the Reddies now down to their last out in the bottom of the 6th as Daniel Colasanto looks for a base hit. Colasanto 0 for 2. Maddox Solomon is the reliever warming up for Southern Arkansas. But looks like it's going to be Womack's inning as he gets set to deal to Daniel Colasanto. Colasanto inside out to this one foul. Trickles down the third base line. 0-1 to Colasanto. Colasanto 0 for 2 today. Grounded out to the shortstop Orr in the 2nd. Flew out to the left fielder Martinez in the 4th. Don't see Colasanto go 0 for many times. Colasanto on a 5-game hitting streak. He's 17 for 38. That's 447 in his last 12 games. 0-1. Routine play. Rolling ground ball right side. Baker crouches, fields and fires. Colasanto goes down with a ground out. Henderson State wastes a 1-out double from Alec Lewis. And we go to the 7th inning. 1-0 Mule Riders in front on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. We go to the top of the 7th inning. It's been a pitcher's duel between Henderson State's Spencer Tack and Southern Arkansas's Jacob Womack. Tack back on the hill. And he deals to Ty Manning, who leads off the top of the 7th for Southern Arkansas. Manning plays center, bats 6th, so it'll be 6, 7, 8 due up for Southern Arkansas. The Mule Riders, one of the best hitting teams in the conference, just 1 hit. But more importantly, they've got the only run of the game. 0-1 from Tack. Line drive, base hit. Manning has his first base knock of the weekend. He's 1 for 3 today after the 0 for 5 last night. SAU has a leadoff base runner in the top of the 7th, and they have doubled their hit total. Manning with a hit. Baker, the only other mule rider, with a base knock. Spencer Tack has worked 6+ innings now after facing a batter in the top of the 7th. And we're going to have a mound visit from the Reddies head coach, Cody Hooten. Interesting decision here from Coach Hooten. Tack has had an excellent outing. Can't ask for anything more from Tack so far. But I think the Reddies are just trying to buy some time for the bullpen, because I don't see anybody who's ready to come in out there. See one player, can't tell you who it is. They have a sweatshirt on over their jersey. One guy starting to get ready. Looks like Langston. Taylor Langston is the one who's starting to get ready over the bullpen, but Tack's got a little bit more juice left in the tank. He's thrown 87 pitches, and he's been brilliant today. 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, 8 Ks. The longest outing of Tack's career is 6 1/3. The most strikeouts he's ever thrown in a game is 9. So career highs, definitely a possibility for Tack as Connor Allen digs in, hitting 7th in the top of the 7th. Ty Manning leads off of first base, and Tack, at the very least, will have a good excuse to throw over to first and buy some more time for Taylor Langston, as Ty Manning is a likely candidate to steal a base. 6 swipes in 7 attempts this year. First pitch to Allen. Outside, 1-0. Allen 0 for 1, hit by a pitch in the 2nd, struck out in the 4th. One of 8 strikeout victims for Spencer Tack today. Tack 8 Ks to 2 walks, so 4-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. That's premier. Manning takes off. Throw down to 2nd from Sestinas. Not in time. Great throw by Sestinas, but Manning just too fleet of foot. That pitch was strike 1. So 1-1 the count to the man who wears the sticks, Connor Allen, wearing number 11. Allen batting 7th, playing right. Allen playing in his 13th game, making his 10th start here today. 1-1. Squares to bunt, pulls it back. Tack misses outside. 2-1. Corner infielders, Argenbright at 3rd and Stevens at 1st, playing at the base paths, so obviously a little bit closer to home plate than they normally would in their regular defensive alignment. Joe Myers, the shortstop, is the one holding Ty Manning on 2nd base. Tack comes to Allen. He squares to bunt, pulls the bat back, and are they going to say Allen fouled that pitch off? Because that was heading right into the body of Allen, but I think he may have gotten hit by that pitch in the hands when he was where he was holding the bat. There's no indication that he's going to be awarded first base, but yeah, they're going to say that's a foul ball. So Allen, tough break. Couldn't pull the bat back and couldn't get out of the way either. So Tack, Henderson State's pitcher, gets a break. Allen has a 2-2 on him now. We'll see if he squares again. He does not. Checks his swing, but can't hold up. Tack gets a massive first out here in the top of the 7th, and now Tack has gotten 19 outs, 6 1/3. This ties the longest outing of Spencer Tack's career. One of the ways that Tack has really improved as a pitcher at Henderson State is eliminating the walk and improving his strikeouts, and he's shown that off today. 9 Ks to just 2 walks. First pitch coming up to Mason Peterson, who has done both today, struck out and walked. He takes low, ball 1. Tack, as a freshman, walked 10 guys and struck out just 4. Then the next year, walked 18, struck out 23. The next year, walked 15, struck out 30. So he's gotten better and better and better with his control as his career has gone on. Fastball misses just outside. 2-0. Again, Tack, 9 Ks, 2 walks today. That gives him 34 strikeouts and 9 walks so far this season. Again, just about 4 strikeouts per every walk. That is that's a really good ratio for Spencer Tack. Trying to fight back on Peterson. He's behind 2-0. Now 2-1. Peterson swings and misses. Like the slider there from Tack. It's been mostly fastball slider today from the junior out of Dallas. He's employed the changeup a little bit, but not near as much as the fastball or the slider. 2-1 to Peterson as Manning leads off second. Looped out, left field, tracking back, the left fielder, Danny Mitchell Jr. He gets under it, throws to third. Manning heads to third and slides in safely. So Manning shows off the speed. Not a lot of guys can tag at second and go to third when the ball is hit to left, but that was sent pretty deep as Mitchell Jr. made the catch just in front of the warning track. But Tack happy to have the inning's second out. Manning on third, 2 outs, 1-run ball game. Southern Arkansas got the game's only run in the top of the third. Tack trying to get out of the inning and retire Riley Orr, who swings through the first pitch of the AB. Well, as just mentioned, Tack hasn't used the changeup much, used it there. Changed speeds on Orr, and Orr swings in front of it. 0-1 to Orr. Tack has worked 6 2/3, a new career high in terms of length for Tack. Misses low and outside. 1-1 now the count. Orr 0 for 2. He was the only Southern Arkansas hitter to log 3 base knocks last night in the Mule Riders' 9-6 victory. 1-0 right now in the top of the 7th. 1-1. And this hits Orr in the lower body. And Tack may be fortunate that that hit Orr, because if that doesn't hit Orr, then that probably is going to get by the catcher Sestinas and head to the backstop. Southern Arkansas's lightning quick center fielder Ty Manning on third, and he might be coming home. So first base now occupied, runners on the corners. Tack's next pitch will be his 100th and the longest outing of his career and one of the best outings of his career. Tack is tied a career high with 9 strikeouts, already thrown 6 2/3 innings. Tack following up last weekend's outing when he went 5 1/3 inning, didn't give up an earned run, struck out 4, didn't walk anybody. He's been great today. Unfortunately, just hasn't gotten the help he's needed. Henderson State has been held in check, held scoreless by Southern Arkansas's starting pitcher Jacob Womack. 1-0 ball game, top of the 7th. 2 on, 2 out. Runners on the corners for Southern Arkansas. Austin Baker makes this a 2-0 ball game. Single into center field. The line drive brings home Ty Manning at third. Orr goes to second, and Southern Arkansas leads 2-0. And Spencer Tack's day is unfortunately complete as Cody Hooten comes to the mound to make a change. We'll take a break on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Spencer Tack had a very solid outing for the Reddies, but he is chased in the top of the 7th with 2 on and 2 out now for Southern Arkansas. Tack gives way to Henderson State's Taylor Langston. Langston, the 6'4", imposing figure on the mound, throws to Kobe Morris and misses just outside with the fastball. Langston employs 3 primary pitches. He'll also go with the slider, along with the fastball, curve, and the change. Fastball, high 80s, low 90s. Curveball in the high 60s. Change in the high 70s. So you can see between 25 miles an hour difference. This is sent out to center field by Morris. Haskins, the center fielder, camped under it and has no problem with it. So Langston comes in for Tack and does the job on 2 pitches. Langston forces the Mule Riders into stranding runners on first and second, but SAU gets a precious second run. Mule Riders lead 2-0. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Reddies down 2-0. Bottom of the 7th. Jacob Womack remains on the bump for Southern Arkansas. First pitch to Haskins. Swung on, fouled straight back. 0-1. Womack has gone 6 innings, 5 hits, hasn't allowed a run. Walked 2, struck out 7. He's been excellent today. 0-1 to Haskins. 0-2, Haskins behind it. Womack enters the bottom of the 7th, having already thrown 104 pitches. So, any batter could be his last here in the bottom of the 7th. Henderson State trying to chase him as soon as possible. 0-2. Haskins pops it up. Foul territory, and it drifts just out of play. Reddies trail 2-0. Bryson Haskins down in the count 0-2. He takes fastball low. 1-2. Hammered. Deep left center field. Going to be trouble. One hops the wall, and Haskins has a leadoff double in the bottom of the 7th inning. Reddies down 2-0, bottom of the 7th. Leadoff double from Bryson Haskins. Again, Southern Arkansas has had the bullpen active for the last inning or so, but Womack right back on the hill to face Nick Butler. Butler represents the tying run. Reddies down 2-0, bottom of the 7th. Haskins on second after the leadoff double to center field. Butler squares to bunt, pops it up, and it's caught by the first baseman, Peterson. So a mistake by Butler. He can't get the job done. He can't move Haskins to third, and he is retired as Peterson makes the catch down the first base line on the attempted bunt from Butler. Big first out as Henderson State does Jacob Womack a favor. This will be Womack's 110th pitch. Haskins again leading off second. First pitch coming up to Danny Mitchell Jr. Mitchell Jr. swings away, fouls it straight back. 0-1 now the count. Womack has worked 6 1/3, 6 hits, 2 walks, 7 Ks. Womack obviously right now in line for the win. He's 3-0 on the season, trying to move to 4-0. Southern Arkansas, if they secure this one, they have their 10th straight win. Move to 13-4 in the GAC. Mitchell Jr. fouls it up and out of play. 0-2 to Mitchell Jr. Mitchell Jr. 1 for 2 today. Singled in the first, walked in the third, flew out to left field in the 5th. Haskins leads off second. Mitchell Jr. trying to cut the 2-0 lead in half. Haskins a long lead and then returns to the bag as Womack steps off the rubber. No 2. Mitchell Jr. stays alive. Mitchell Jr. again 1 for 2 today. Now 8 for 24, 333 since moving into the leadoff spot. Another 0-2, but instead Womack twirls the other way and looks at second at Bryson Haskins, who had a leadoff double to start the bottom of the 7th. So 1 out, 1 on for the Reddies. Reddies trailed 2-0. Southern Arkansas got a run in the 3rd, got a run in the 7th. Reddies looking for their first. Mitchell Jr. sends it out of play down the left field line. Spencer Tack was finally pushed out of the ball game in the top of the 7th when Austin Baker's single made it 2-0. Tack was excellent for the Reddies on the hill. 6 2/3 for Tack, 3 hits, 2 runs, both earned. 2 walks, struck out 9. Tack, though, exits in line for the loss, hoping Henderson State can change that. 0-2 to Mitchell Jr. Hit hard and through the right side. Haskins rounds third, and he will score standing up. The Reddies cut the lead in half. Mitchell Jr. sends the single through the right side, and Haskins, who runs well as Henderson State's center fielder, scores without a throw. The right fielder, Allen, relayed it to second base. Southern Arkansas obviously very concerned with Danny Mitchell Jr. going to second on the throw. And this looks like this is going to be it for Jacob Womack. We'll have a mound visit. Womack has thrown 114 pitches, but that single to Mitchell Jr. may have been his last one. We'll take a break on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Henderson State has cut the lead in half here in the bottom of the 7th. It's 2-1. Southern Arkansas still in front. Difference in the ball game right now, Austin Baker's RBI single in the top of the 7th. We're in the bottom of the 7th, and the Reddies finally chase Southern Arkansas's starting pitcher, Jacob Womack. Womack went 6 1/3, 7 hits, 1 earned run, 2 walks, 7 Ks, through 114 pitches. He gives way to Maddox Solomon. Solomon has been very solid this year and has been basically untouchable last 3 outings. Solomon, in his last 3 appearances, a combined 6 1/3, no runs, just 2 hits allowed, hasn't walked about or struck out 5. So Henderson State's going to have to be their best with the bats against Solomon, who comes in to relieve Womack. Solomon starts Grayson Stevens with a fastball outside, ball 1. Reddies got a leadoff double from Bryson Haskins. Nick Butler popped out on a bunt attempt. Mitchell Jr. singled through the right side to pick up his teammate Butler. Had scored Haskins and made it a 2-1 game. 1-0 to Stevens. That's low, 2-0. Stevens already 3 for 3 today. This 3 for 3 outing, the first time this season Stevens has a 3-hit game, and that's shocking considering he's got 2 hits in more than half of Henderson State's games this season. Stevens now has elevated the average to 347. At the start of this game, Stevens was hitting 326, and so Stevens nipping at the heels now of Caden Argenbright for the team lead in terms of average. Stevens is a 320 career hitter coming in, but has elevated his play in his junior year here in 2021. Stevens looking for a 4-hit game as Mitchell Jr. leads off second, 2-0 to Stevens. Solomon gets the fastball, strike called, outside corner at the knees. Nice pitch from Solomon. The relief pitcher, first man out of the pen for the Mule Riders here in the first game of our Saturday doubleheader. Womack went 6 1/3 for SAU. Solomon, the 6'3" sophomore out of San Antonio, Texas. Swing and a miss. Foul tipped into the glove of Brent McGee, and the count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mitchell Jr. with the RBI single through the right side on the 0-2 count just minutes ago. Cut the Southern Arkansas lead in half. It was 2-0, now 2-1, bottom of the 7th. Mitchell Jr. a threat to steal. Henderson State's left fielder, 9 stolen bases in 10 attempts so far this season. 2-2. Mitchell Jr. will head to second. Grayson Stevens has another base hit. He makes it look so simple. The fastball on the outside edge, all Stevens does is just reach the bat out. It almost looks like he's swinging the bat at like 75% speed, but it's almost like a putt with a golf club. He just keeps those hands steady and directs it right through the left side of the infield. Grayson Stevens 4 for 4 today for the Reddies first baseman. Reddies have the game-tying run in scoring position as Joe Myers digs in for the 4th time. This is the 3rd time Myers has bat with runners on first and second, and every time Myers has bat with runners on first and second, it's been Mitchell Jr. at second and Stevens on first. Good pick by the catcher McGee. Nabbed a fastball out of the turf. 2-0 the count on Myers, looking to flip his script. Myers struck out swinging in the first, struck out looking in the 3rd, and popped up to the first baseman Peterson in the 5th. Big opportunity for Myers, Henderson State's all-time leader in runs scored. 2-0. Myers checks his swing and was wise to do so. He takes low ball 3. Myers has seen more 3-ball counts probably than any player ever to play here in Arkadelphia. Myers also the all-time leader in walks. 111 free passes earned by Myers coming into the Saturday doubleheader. 3-0. Inside with a fastball. Myers strolls to first. Mitchell Jr. to third. Stevens to second. Bases are loaded for Caden Argenbright. Argenbright, the freshman, digs in 0 for 3. He's hit the ball hard twice, lined out in the first to the left fielder, lined out in the sixth to the shortstop. Argenbright with a chance to give the Reddies the lead or perhaps tie this ball game. First pitch to Argenbright. Fastball. Strike one. Bases loaded in a 2-1 ball game. Mule Riders in front. Reddies batting in the bottom of the seventh. Mitchell Jr. on third. His RBI single scored Henderson State's first run, made it 2-1. Stevens on second. Myers on first, and everybody will advance. Henderson State has tied the game as the pitch gets through the legs of the catcher, Brett McGee, and we're tied 2-2. Mitchell Jr. comes home to score, and now the Reddies poised to take the lead. That is ruled a pass ball by the catcher, McGee. So the run unearned as Mitchell Jr. scores to tie it at 2. 1-1 to Argenbright. Outside with the fastball, 2-1. Henderson State's dugout is the one making the most noise right now. The Reddies have the momentum. 2-2 ball game, bottom of the seventh. Argenbright batting .364 on the season. Due for a hit. Digs in 0 for 3. 2-1. Off the end of the bat, Argenbright a little late. Skies it out of play down the left field line. Reddies got a leadoff double from Haskins. He was brought home by an RBI single through the right side from Mitchell Jr. And Stevens singled through the left side. Myers walked on 4 pitches, and everybody moved up. Mitchell Jr. scored on a pass ball to make it 2-2. Here comes the 2-2, and Argenbright just gets a piece, fouls it straight back, and we'll do the 2-2 once more. Argenbright, after he swung that bat, turned and looked where the foul ball ended up. He looks like he grimaced there, maybe to signal that he thinks he just missed that one, or maybe just happy to get a piece and stay alive. Infield in for SAU. 2-2. Lifted to left field. Martinez gathers under it. Grayson Stevens is going to come home, throw to the right side of first base, and Stevens is safe! Grayson Stevens slides home safely, just beating the tag of Brett McGee. The throw from the left fielder Martinez was good, but it was to the first base side of home plate, and Grayson Stevens got under the glove of the catcher Brett McGee by an eyelash. Henderson State leads 3-2 in the bottom of the seventh. Alec Lewis digs in and now heads down the third baseline to talk things over with his head coach, Cody Hooten. Lewis getting some words of wisdom from Henderson State's head man. Lewis 1 for 2 today. He is walked and doubled. Lewis a good day at the dish. Lewis looking for a 2-out RBI. The sacrifice fly scores Stevens from third. Myers stayed at second. So runner on second, 2 outs. Bottom of the seventh. First pitch to Lewis. Fastball outside. McGee has to move to his left to keep that in front. Lewis batting .286 on the season after his 1 for 2 today, but just .172 with runners in scoring position. That's outside with a fastball, 1-0. So the Reddies have scored 3 runs in the inning. Only one of them earned. It was charge to Womack, as he was responsible for the base runner before being replaced by Maddox Solomon. Joe Myers takes off. Steals third without a throw. Southern Arkansas may have just fell asleep at the switch there in holding on Myers. That pitch that Myers stole third on was also a ball. 3-0 count to Lewis, who's one pitch away from drawing a second walk of the day. 3-0. 3-1. Good opportunity here, though, for Lewis. And if you're Solomon, you also kind of think about whether you want to give Lewis anything good to hit. First base is vacant. Only runner for the Reddies stands on third, represented by Joe Myers. 2 outs. Lewis. Here comes the 3-1. Make it 3-2. Lewis late. Fouls it off down the left field line. Out of play. Payoff pitch coming up. Henderson State trying to double their 3-2 lead as Alec Lewis bats with Joe Myers on third. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Reddies have all 3 runs in the game in the inning. 3-2 high and outside. Lewis has walk number 2 today. He's now got a dozen free passes on the season. And Lewis looking more and more comfortable at the plate after going through a bit of a slump. So Lewis has been breaking out, which just gives the Reddies just another great bat. Henderson State a good hitting team, but when Alec Lewis has it going, they're a great hitting team as Corbin Sestinas digs in and for arguably his most important at-bat of the day. Runners on the corners, 2 outs, bottom of the 7th. Reddies up 3-2. Sestinas trying to add to the lead. First pitch to Sestinas, high and outside, as Solomon misses with a fastball. Solomon has thrown 22 pitches now. Only 9 of them have been strikes. Solomon has come out of the bullpen, but so far has not had his best stuff. Sestinas 0 for 3, looking to change that. Another fastball above the belt. That's too high. Southern Arkansas has the bullpen up and going again. And Solomon has entered for the starter Womack, but like I said, has not had his ace stuff so far. And the bullpen warming up is Dakota Frazier. Inside to Sestinas, 3-0. So Lewis walked on a 3-2 after getting ahead 3-0. And it's now 3-0 to Corbin Sestinas. A walk to Sestinas loads the bases. 3-0. Fastball misses. Sestinas draws the 4-pitch walk, and the bases are juiced for Daniel Colasanto. Colasanto's put it in play 3 times, hasn't found any green grass. But we'll have to wait to see what Colasanto does as Southern Arkansas will elect to talk it over on the mound. One of the members of the Mule Riders coaching staff goes to the mound for a mound visit. Henderson State will also have a pinch runner. Jake Dunn will head to first to replace Corbin Sestinas. Sestinas, have to imagine, will be replaced in the field in the top of the 8th when we come back after the Reddies are done hitting. Hopefully that's still a while. Got to imagine Josh Aguilar is going to come into the ball game, but for now, it's still going to be Maddox Solomon. Solomon again has thrown 25 pitches for Southern Arkansas. He's gotten 1 out. He's only gotten 9 strikes. So if you're Daniel Colasanto, I'm going up there thinking, make this guy prove that he can find the strike zone again. Bases are loaded, so Maddox cannot afford to be too off kilter with his accuracy. Colasanto digs in, 2 outs, bases loaded. Myers on third. Lewis on second. Jake Dunn, the pinch runner, on first, replacing Corbin Sestinas. 1-0. Solomon misses badly. Low and outside. 26 pitches, only 9 strikes, so a ball here makes it 2/3 of his pitches would be balls. 1-0. Strike 1. A lot of times in these situations where pitchers are struggling to find the zone, head coaches, third base coaches will tell their hitter, take until you get a strike. Not sure if that's what the Reddies had on, but Colasanto now battles 1-1. Fouls it back, out of play, and Solomon ahead 1-2. Daniel Colasanto, who has been so clutch with the bat in so many situations, digs in. 1-2 count, bases loaded, 2 outs, bottom of the 7th. Reddies in front 3-2 against their longtime rivals, the Southern Arkansas Mule Riders. Henderson. 1-2, Colasanto changes the high heat, and Solomon gets out of the inning. Strike 3 on DC. We'll go to the top of the 8th. Reddies start an inning with the lead for the first time today. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Reddies playing with the lead for the first time today. We'll go to the top of the 8th. Reddies in front 3-2. Taylor Langston on the bump for HSU. Langston got the last out of the top of the 7th after Spencer Tack was chased after 6 2/3. Langston deals to SAU's Jacob Martinez and misses inside 1-0. Martinez plays left, bats third for SAU, so it'll be 3-4-5 for the Mule Riders in the top of the 8th. 1-0 from Langston. Fastball. Strike 1. Southern Arkansas thought that was low, below the knees, but Langston catches the lower part of the zone. 1-1 to Martinez, who digs in 0 for 3. Strike right down 5th Avenue. 1-2. Martinez walked 4 times last night. It's been tougher for Martinez today. Langston looking for the K. Ahead 1-2. He's got it. Martinez way behind the 1-2 fastball. Taylor Langston reaches back, throws some sriracha on that fastball, and the Reddies have the first out of the top of the 8th. Tucker Burton digs in. 1 out, bases empty. Reddies up 3-2, top of inning number 8 here at Clydeberry Field. This is game 2 of a 3-game weekend set between the Reddies and the visiting Mule Riders. Just off the end of the bat, swinging bunt. Taylor Langston, the pitcher, fields down the first baseline and throws a low throw to Grayson Stevens, his first baseman. Stevens makes a nice pick at first to avoid the mistake by Langston. And Langston, in the blink of an eye, has 2 outs in the top of the 8th as the Reddies put the shift on for Brent McGee. 3 infielders on the first base side of second base. Caden Argenbright moves to the position where the second baseman would usually be. The new second baseman, Logan Cowart, moves into right field. Cowart, the defensive replacement for Daniel Colasanto. First pitch from Langston. That's neck high to McGee. Taking ball 1. So Cowart at second, replacing Colasanto, and Sestinas, the catcher, gives way to Josh Aguilar, who is behind the plate for the Reddies as Langston just misses. 2-0 to McGee. Southern Arkansas got 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 7th. Reddies, though, scored 3 in the bottom of the 7th. Henderson State up 3-2, top of the 8th, bases empty, 2 outs for McGee. McGee sends this opposite field. A long run for Mitchell Jr. Back to the track, he makes the catch just in front of the Great American Conference sign in the left field corner. So McGee sends it out to deep left field, but Mitchell Jr. makes a nice play to end the inning. Henderson State looking for insurance runs. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. HSU in front 3-2. You're listening to Reddies Baseball. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Bryson Haskins led off the bottom of the 7th. He'll lead off the bottom of the 8th. Haskins doubled to left center to lead things off in the bottom of the 7th. Came around to score on a RBI single from Danny Mitchell Jr. So Haskins scored the first run for the Reddies today. Henderson State up 3-2 as we start the bottom of the 8th. Haskins first pitch swinging. Hits it well, deep center field. Manning back at the track, reaches up and makes the catch. So Bryson Haskins, as usual, aggressive in the count and gives it a ride, but it just runs out of gas in front of the center field wall. Haskins now 1 for 4. That double for Haskins in the 7th, though, did extend his hitting streak to 6 games. Nick Butler digs in, trying to make up for his mistake last time he dug in. First pitch to Butler. Fastball taken chest high, 1-0. Butler was instructed to bunt with Haskins on second, nobody out. He popped it up. It was caught by Peterson, the first baseman. Luckily for Butler, Mitchell Jr. picked him up the very next batter with a single through the right side. So whether or not Butler got that bunt down, Mitchell Jr. was going to drive home Haskins. Butler takes the 1-0 low. 2-0 from Maddox Solomon. 2-1. Solomon got 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th, replacing Jacob Womack, who exited in line for the win, but now he's got now he might be in line for the loss, as Womack left the game when it was Southern Arkansas was leading 2-1. I'll have to check who's in line for the loss for Southern Arkansas. I don't think Henderson State cares who takes the loss as long as the Reddies win this ball game. 2-2 to Butler. Swing and a miss. Butler's tough day at the plate continues. That's his 3rd strikeout. 2nd out of the inning here in the bottom of the 8th. And the Reddies look to start a 2-out rally with Danny Mitchell Jr. The Reddies have 8 hits as a team. Mitchell Jr. and Grayson Stevens have 6 of them. Mitchell Jr. 2 for 3, walked in the 3rd. Grayson Stevens is 4 for 4 today. First pitch to Mitchell Jr. from Maddox Solomon. Fastball taken, strike 1. Mitchell Jr. is been a completely different hitter since being moved to the top of the order for the Reddies. 0-1, now 1-1. Mitchell Jr. 2 for 3 today, RBI and a run scored. Bases empty, 2 outs. Bottom of the 8th. That's low. 2-1. To Mitchell Jr. Swung on, fouled back. 2-2 now. Spencer Tack was excellent for the Reddies on the hill today. Kept Henderson State within an arm's reach, and the Reddies finally woke up the bats in the bottom of the 7th. Henderson State has all 3 runs they've scored today, and in the bottom of the 7th they lead 3-2. Here at the bottom of the 8th, 2-2 to Mitchell Jr. That's low. Mitchell Jr. can work his way on. Things are definitely going to be different because Mitchell Jr. gets on, could be a threat to steal, and Grayson Stevens behind him. He's 4 for 4 today. Big 3-2 coming up from Solomon. Mitchell Jr. swings through and strikes out. Solomon retires the Reddies 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 8th. We'll go to the 9th. Taylor Langston will try to slam the door on Southern Arkansas when we come back. Welcome back to Clyde Berry Field. Reddies in front 3-2. We go to the top of the 9th. Taylor Langston has already gotten 4 outs. He needs 3 more to complete Henderson State's comeback win. Reddies in front 3-2 in the second game of our 3-game weekend set. Ty Manning digs in, leads off. He's got a single, and he stands on first, representing the game's tying run. So Manning has flipped his script. Manning started the weekend 0 for 7. He went 0 for 5 last night, started the day 0 for 2. He's now 2 for 4. Austin Baker and Ty Manning are each 2 for 4. No other Southern Arkansas Mule Rider has a hit today. It's pretty astounding the Reddies have held a team like Southern Arkansas to just 4 hits. Manning, big lead off first. Fastball, strike 1 from Langston. Connor Allen bats 0 for 2. Has not put the ball in play. Hit by a pitch in the 2nd, struck out in the 4th and the 7th. Manning runs very well. Would not be surprised at all to see him take off and steal second base. As Langston is thinking the same thing I am, he throws to first to check on Manning. Manning slides back safely. Langston comes into the day with a 2.00 ERA. This is his 7th appearance, all of them out of the bullpen. Oh, 1. Allen squares to bunt, gets it down. Langston will take the out at first. Good bunt by Allen to the first base side of the bag. Langston wisely takes out number 1 as Allen is ejected from the base paths. Manning goes to second on the sacrifice. So a runner in scoring position. 2 outs left for Southern Arkansas to scratch one across. And it'll be the 8-9 hitters, Peterson and Orr, who have that chance. Peterson bats 8th in the lineup. He's 0 for 2 today. First pitch from Langston is hit hard into left field. Mitchell Jr. comes up throwing, and Manning is held at third. The cutoff man, Argenbright, makes the catch to the left side of the pitcher's mound. And Southern Arkansas has runners on the corners with 1 out in the top of the 9th. The tying run is at third base, represented by Ty Manning. The go-ahead run is at first base, as Mason Peterson has Southern Arkansas's 5th hit of the day. Peterson now 1 for 3. Riley Orr digs in 0 for 2. Henderson State looking to turn the game-ending double play. First pitch, strike 1. Orr squared to bunt. Didn't really put much effort into it. Maybe it just given Henderson State's infield a little extra ingredient to think about as Orr pulls the bat back and takes a fastball, strike 1. Runners on the corners, Manning on third, Peterson on first. 1 out, top of the 9th. Henderson State trying to close it out. Langston, fastball, strike. Orr squared to bunt again. And I'm not sure if he pulled the bat back or that was a strike called regardless. Either way, Langston is ahead 0-2 and looking for a massive punch-out. Langston, the righty. Aguilar, the catcher, set up outside, and Langston just missed with the fastball. He geared up on that one. 91 miles an hour on the fastball from T-Lang. But Orr watches it go by just outside. Great pitch from Trevor Langston. Hit the spot set up by the catcher Josh Aguilar, but Orr better disciplined. Here comes the 1-2. Outside, Orr checked his swing. 2-2. Southern Arkansas's dugout down the first base line, very lively, full of encouragement for the right-handed hitter, the 9 hitter, and the shortstop, Riley Orr. Orr struck out in the 3rd, grounded into a fielder's choice in the 5th, hit by a pitch in the 7th. 2-2. Swing and a miss! Taylor Langston gets Orr to chase the high heat, and the Reddies are 1 out away from victory. Another 91-mile-an-hour fastball from Trevor Langston. 2 on, 2 out. The tying run 90 feet away. Manning on third, Peterson on first for Southern Arkansas here in the top of the 9th. Reddies in front 3-2. Southern Arkansas won the first game of the 3-game weekend set last night, 9-6. Henderson State trying to close the door and win 3-2 and make Game 3 into the rubber match. First pitch from Langston. Fouled off out of play by Austin Baker, who digs in 2 for 4 already. Baker, one of the best players to ever play in the Great American Conference. Baker entered the weekend top 5 in GAC conference history in stolen bases, runs scored, and hits. Baker regathers, shrugs the shoulders, and digs back in the box. Langston, Reddies pitcher, comes set. Here comes the 0-1. Helmet high. Taken, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 on, 2 out. Top of the 9th inning. Henderson State got all 3 of their runs in the bottom of the 7th. Southern Arkansas scratched a run across in the top of the 3rd. And in the top of the 7th. Taylor Langston comes to the plate with the 1-1, and Baker goes the other way, and it tails out of play down the right field line. Langston 1 pitch away from his first win of the season. And a huge opportunity for the Reddies to even the series and take one against one of the dominant teams in the GAC, Southern Arkansas. 1-2 coming up from Langston. 2 outs, top of the ninth. Reddies in front 3-2. Here it comes. Just off the bat of Baker. That may have tipped off the glove of the catcher, Josh Aguilar. The Reddies were just inches away from ending the ball game. But Langston still in a comfortable spot. Langston has worked 2 innings, given up 2 hits. He struck out 2. Baker, the right-handed hitter. Southern Arkansas second baseman digs back in. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Base hit for Baker ties the ball game. Langston trying to end it. 1-2. Sent right field. Baker, the right fielder, gathers under it, and that was Nick Butler. Makes the catch. Ball game over. Nick Butler makes the grab, and Taylor Langston slams the door on Southern Arkansas. The Reddies come back with 3 in the bottom of the 7th to win Game 2 of the series 3-2, and the 7-inning game that will start in just about 30 minutes will become the rubber match for the weekend. Henderson State wins 3-2 behind a great outing from Spencer Tack and a great finish from Taylor Langston. The Reddies got a 4-for-4 day from Grayson Stevens, and the Reddies win it 3-2. We'll take a break and be back with Game 2 of the Saturday doubleheader in about 30 minutes on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Arkadelphia, Arkansas, to the campus of Henderson State University, and to Clydeberry Field as we get set for the rubber match. Third game of a 3-game weekend series between your Henderson State Reddies and the visiting Mule Riders of Southern Arkansas. SAU took game 1 last night, 9-6. Henderson State responded with a 3-2 victory in a pitcher's duel that wrapped up just about a half an hour ago. And Henderson State will try to win the third game of the series, which is shortened to 7 innings here in the second half of our doubleheader. So 7-inning game coming up. Matthew Baker on the hill for HSU as the Reddies won game 1 of the doubleheader 3-2. Reddies improved to 14-9, 10-7 in the GAC. They snapped Southern Arkansas's 9-game winning streak. SAU now 16-6 overall, 12-5 in the GAC. Henderson State looking for a marquee series victory against one of the perennial powerhouses in the Great American Conference, the Southern Arkansas Mule Riders. Matthew Baker, Henderson's starting right-hander, starts Southern Arkansas's leadoff hitter Austin Baker and their second baseman with a strike in the top of the first. Baker leading off, nobody on, nobody out, no score. 0-1 from Baker. Sent foul into the netting in front of the Henderson State dugout down the third base line. Baker went 1 for 6 with a run scored and struck out twice on Friday night in game 1 of the doubleheader. Baker went 2 for 5, a run, and an RBI. He tripled in the third and came home to score on a sac fly from Kobe Morris. Baker ahead 0-2, looking for the punch-out to start things off. This is looped to shallow right center field. Bryson Haskins had it played perfectly. Henderson State's analytical department helps the Reddies secure out number 1 in the top of the first. 0-0 as Kobe Morris digs in with 1 out and nobody on. Morris, a lefty hitter, the lanky third baseman for Southern Arkansas. Morris, 6'3", listed at 195, a senior from north of the border, from Victoria, British Columbia. Transferred to Southern Arkansas from Tuscaloosa, started his college career at the University of Alabama. Takes a strike from Baker, who has now thrown 4 pitches, all of them for strikes for the Reddies. 0-1 from the Ready starter Matthew Baker. 0-2. Morris swings, just gets a stitch or two of the pearl. Fouls it off, and hard swing there for Morris. Went to one knee, swinging through. Baker ahead 0-2 on back-to-back batters here in the top of the first for Southern Arkansas. 0-2. Neck high fastball. Misses to Morris, who has put together a good series for the Mule Riders. 2 for 6 combined. Solo home run on Friday night. 1-2 from Baker. Misses with the fastball just inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. Matthew Baker wears number 32. He's a 6'2" redshirt senior from Rockwall, Texas, transferred in from Grayson College. Baker, 3.99 ERA, coming in to this one. 2-2. Hit hard and through the left side of the infield. Henderson State expecting the pull from Morris, but he sends it to the opposite field on the ground. Ground ball with eyes for Kobe Morris, and Southern Arkansas has a 1-out base runner in the top of the first inning. Jacob Martinez had a great game 1 in the series and struggled in game 2. Martinez on Friday night, 1 for 2, 2 runs, walked 4 times. But in game 1 of the doubleheader here today, Martinez 0 for 4, struck out 3 times. So Martinez trying to get back on track as he takes a fastball at the shoelaces. 1-0. Mostly cloudy skies here in Arkadelphia. Temperatures in the mid-60s. Good day for baseball. 1-0 from Baker. Again, fastball low. 2-0. Josh Aguilar behind the plate for Henderson State today. Corbin Sestinas got the start in Game 1 of the doubleheader. Aguilar replaced Sestinas defensively in the latter portions of the game, and so he rides his catching duties into Game 3 of this series. 2-0, now 3-0. Baker misses outside, and Martinez on the verge of drawing his 5th walk of the weekend. 3-0 from Baker. Fastball right down Broadway, strike 1. Baker's pulled double duty as a hitter and a pitcher for the Reddies. This is his 7th appearance. This is his 4th start. 3-1 to Martinez. Morris takes off, throw down to second. Not in time. It looked like the throw from Aguilar was right on the line, but I think the ball just ran out of gas as it approached second base, and Morris was able to beat the tag of the second baseman Logan Cowart, who's getting the start today. Cowart, the second baseman, now holds Morris on second. That pitch was a strike. Count 3-2 now. Baker comes to Martinez, who goes opposite field. Going to be a long run for Alec Lewis, and sliding catch unable to be made. This is a double, and it hops out of play. Morris will trot home on the ground rule double, and Southern Arkansas leads 1-0 in the top of the first. Jacob Martinez, a double on a 3-2 count, and SAU in front 1-0. Matthew Baker's looking at the umpire confused, saying that's a ground rule double, and I think he might have forgotten for a split second that Morris had stolen second. So Morris, if he had been on first, he would have had to stop at third, but he comes home after the stolen base, so Southern Arkansas makes something happen on the base paths, and Jacob Martinez delivers to give the Mule Riders a 1-0 lead here in the top of inning number 1. 1 out, 1 on. Martinez leads off second. Tucker Burton digs in, takes low ball 1. Burton has DH'd some this weekend. He starts in right field today for Southern Arkansas. Burton waits on the 1-0. Runs inside 2-0. From Baker. Martinez on second. SAU already up 1-0 in the top of the first inning. Hit hard right side. Grayson Stevens, the first baseman, shuffles backwards and gloves it at shoulder height and beats Burton to the first base bag for the second out. Martinez moves to third as Brett McGee gets set to dig in. McGee 1 for 4, pair of RBI on Friday night. McGee 0 for 3 in Game 1 of the doubleheader, walked and struck out. Baker trying to limit the damage to just 1 here in the top of the first. McGee waits on the first pitch from Baker, swings and fouls it off in the direction of the Southern Arkansas dugout. Zach Muldoon, who has not played so far this weekend for Southern Arkansas, waits in the hole for SAU, retrieves the foul ball. Baker had 0-1. Martinez on third, 2 outs in the top of the first. McGee cannot check his swing. He goes around as Aguilar, the catcher, butterfly blocks in the turf, and the count quickly 0-2. Baker looking for the punch out, looking to end the first, looking to keep it a 1-run ball game after Martinez's ground rule double brought Morris home from second. 0-2. Helmet high fastball. McGee leans out of the way and takes ball 1. Baker had one of his best starts of the season last time out. 6 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned run, 2 walks, 8 Ks. 1-2. That's low, 2-2. That outing was March 26th in the second game of a doubleheader against Southwestern Oklahoma State, a game the Reddies won 2-1. That was a 7-inning game. The Reddies got a game-winning solo home run from Bryson Haskins. It turned out to be the game-winning hit in the bottom of the 5th. 2-2. 3-2. Josh Aguilar moves to his right and baskets it to keep it in front. Count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Top of the 1st. Southern Arkansas 1-0. Martinez on 3rd. Baker missed high. That was very interesting. Martinez, who was on 3rd, when Baker started his motion, Martinez took 4 or 5 really hard steps to home plate, deking that he was trying to steal home, and Baker saw Martinez out of the corner of his eye and really slowed down his motion. So Martinez at 3rd base, wreaking havoc, and may have gotten the attention of Baker, who now deals to Manning, and Manning doubles the Southern Arkansas lead. Bounding ball through the left side of the infield. SAU 2, Henderson State 0 in the top of the 1st. So Southern Arkansas undeterred by Henderson State's comeback victory in Game 2. Southern Arkansas looks primed and ready to get off to a good start in the rubber match here in Game 3 of the weekend series. SAU up 2-0, top of the 1st. Zach Muldoon digs in for the first time this weekend. 2 on, 2 out. Baker misses outside. 1-0. McGee on 2nd, Manning on 1st. One-0 from Baker. 2-0. Two on, 2 out. Southern Arkansas, pair of runs in the top of the 1st. Baker misses outside again. Baker came into the outing 29 and 1/3 inning, dealt, giving up 33 hits, 19 runs, 13 of them earned, 10 walks, 22 Ks. Walked 1 already in the top of the 1st. 3-0. 3-1. Baker finds the zone. Baker will oftentimes hit for the Reddies, but is not in the batting order today. Corbin Sestinas is DHing for the Reddies. 3-1 from Baker. Strike 2. Zach Muldoon was running down to first base, but he's called back, and the count goes full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. McGee on 2nd and Manning on 1st will take off with a full count and 2 outs here in the top of the 1st. Big pitch coming up from Baker. 3-2. Fastball just outside. Baker started walking off, and he's told to get back on the mound by the home plate umpire. Baker thought that was strike 3. Baker and the home plate ump exchanging a little words there. So the base is now loaded. 2 outs. Mason Peterson takes the fastball inside. Ball 1. Dangerous spot for Baker. Southern Arkansas already leads 2-0. Base hit here busts the door open. Baker gets the fastball called strike one. Again, runs, especially at a premium, this being a 7-inning game. 1-1. Outside 2-1. Looked like the changeup. Missed outside and low. Baker will throw a fastball, changeup, and a slider. Fastball around 88, 89, sometimes up to 91 or 92. 2-1. Hammered. Base hit for Peterson. This will score McGee. This will score Manning. And Peterson has a 2-run double in the top of the first. Southern Arkansas has busted it wide open. A quartet of runs for the Mule Riders in the top of the first here in Game 3 of the weekend series. And a big double for Peterson, who had been struggling all year. And Josh Aguilar and head coach Cody Hooten will go to the mound to talk it over with Matthew Baker. We'll take a break on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Southern Arkansas already up 4-0. Top of the first. First pitch taken strike one. Strike on Riley Orr, ninth batter of the inning for SAU. He swings through the 0-1 slider. Baker way ahead 0-2. Baker trying to get out of it. It's been a rough ride here in the top of the first for Matthew Baker. 4 runs on 4 hits for Southern Arkansas. Pair of doubles. Riley Orr waits on the 0-2. Takes fastball low. 1-2. Baker got Austin Baker, no relation, Southern Arkansas's leadoff hitter, to fly out to center field. And then it unraveled. Single, double, single, walk, double. 1-2. Baker again almost ready to walk back to the dugout. Baker's, I think, frustrated a little bit with the home plate umpire. Baker thinks he should have 2 strikeouts now that have been called balls. 2-2. It's fouled back. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 2 on for SAU, top of the first inning. Southern Arkansas already 4 runs across the plate in the inning. Game 3 of our weekend series. This is the rubber match, each team taking a game earlier in the weekend. Baker misses outside 3-2. First base is vacant for the time being. Austin Baker, who led off the inning, led off the game, waits on deck. 3-2 to Orr. Ball at the shins of Orr, and he walks. Bases loaded. Third walk issued by Baker in the top of the first. And Baker usually pretty good with control Coming into the ball game, Baker had walked just 10 batters in 29 and a third inning. So only averaging about 3 walks per every 9 inning. He's walked 3 here in the top of the first as Baker chops one foul down the third baseline, 0-1. Bases juiced. 2 outs, top of the first. Again, Beetle Riders up 4-0. Muldoon on third. He walked. Peterson on second. He doubled to right center. And Orr walked as well. 0-1 to Baker. 0-2. Strike called on the outside corner. Baker started the second game of Saturday's doubleheader 3 for 11, so now 3 for 12 over the weekend. That's 250. Reddies have done a good job on Baker leading off for SAU. Baker checks his swing, and the slider stays above the belt for a ball, 1-2. Baker batting .346 coming into the doubleheader. Just 9 RBI on the season. RBI opportunity here as Baker, again, misses just outside, and count even 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bases loaded, top of the first inning. Southern Arkansas 4-0 in the rubber match here in Arkadelphia. Reddies won 3-2 in the first game of the doubleheader, snapping SAU's 9-game winning streak. Here comes the 2-2. Rocketed out to right field, and this will score 2 more runs. Muldoon scores, Peterson scores, Orr goes to third, and Southern Arkansas has a touchdown in the top of the first. And they'll try to get the extra point as Kobe Morris digs in for the second time, and Henderson State's bullpen might be called upon very early in this ball game. 6-0, Southern Arkansas in front, top of the first. It's been a rough ride for Matthew Baker so far. Only gave up 13 earned runs so far this year. He's already given up 6 in the top of the first. Austin Baker takes off and slides into second without a throw. Baker's 13th stolen base of the season. That leads Southern Arkansas. Baker also one of the most prolific base stealers in Great American Conference history. Second in GAC history in thefts. 0-1. High in the air. Shallow right center field. Bryson Haskins moves under it and makes the play to end the inning. Southern Arkansas scores 6. Henderson State has their work cut out for them. We'll go to the bottom of inning number 1. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Henderson State starts the comeback right now. Southern Arkansas got 6 runs in the top of the first. They lead 6-0 as the Reddies lead off the bottom half with Danny Mitchell Jr. Mitchell Jr. coming off a 2-for-4 game 1 of the doubleheader. He digs in and takes low, ball 1 from Southern Arkansas's right-handed starter in game 2 of Saturday's doubleheader. This is Remy Bilodeau. 1-0, swung on, popped up, out of play. Bilodeau making his 7th appearance. This is just his 2nd start. So we'll see how long Bilodeau goes. Usually used as a reliever. 1-1. That's low. 2-1. Bilodeau in 6 appearances so far has logged 14 and 1/3 innings. So we'll go about, on average, 2 innings per outing. We'll see how long he goes today again. 2-1. 2-2. Mitchell Jr. takes a low strike. Danny and Henderson State's cheering section disagree with the decision. Count goes even, 2-2. Mitchell Jr. a little bit late to the party. Fouls it off, out of play. Bilodeau comes into this one 2.51 ERA. He's got a save this season. Given up 4 earned runs in 14 and 1/3 innings. Mitchell Jr. looking for a leadoff hit. Fouled up and out of play. Straight back over the press box. Mitchell Jr. led off game 1 of the weekend series with a single. Led off game 2 of the weekend series with a single. He's looking to lead off game 3 of the weekend with a single. Another 2-2. Not this time. Mitchell Jr. swings through. McGee traps it in the turf and tags out Mitchell Jr. Bilodeau starts his account with a punch out, and the Reddies have 1 out in the bottom of the first. Nobody on base as Grayson Stevens looks to stay scorching hot. Stevens now on an 8-game hitting streak, hitting .500 in the last 8 games. This is tagged left field. Martinez on his horse to make a running catch. Good read by Martinez. That was tailing away from the left fielder. Great piece of hitting by Grayson Stevens. Inside out of that ball, hit it hard to left field, but just never tailed far enough away from Martinez. Stevens went 4 for 4 in game 1 of the doubleheader, but lines out for out number 2 in the bottom of the first. Reddies down 6-0. Joe Myers digs in, takes a fastball, strike 1. Myers had a solo home run in the 2nd inning of game 1 of the series on Friday night. That home run kind of patching up a otherwise forgetful weekend for Myers. Myers has struck out 5 times over the weekend, just 1 for 7. So Reddies will need Myers to get back on track if they want to crawl out of the cellar here. Reddies down 6-0. SAU got 6 runs in the top of the first inning on 5 hits. Myers down 0-2. Swings through and misses. Southern Arkansas leads 6-0. We'll go to the 2nd inning on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Reddies down 6-0. We go to the second. Matthew Baker gave up 6 runs in the first, but he's out there for the second. The Reddies need Baker to eat up some innings. Henderson State has already gone through plenty of arms this weekend. Perry, Langston, Tucker, Beebe. A lot of guys have pitched so far for the Reddies. Blake Patterson, of course, available for Henderson State, as Baker pours in the fastball to Jacob Martinez, who leads off the top of the second for SAU. Martinez takes above the belt, 1-1. Southern Arkansas sent 11 hitters to the plate in the top of the first, so Martinez bats for the second time, leading off the top of the second. Martinez went to one knee, checked his swing. Home plate umpire checks with his secondary. They say Martinez held back. Martinez got the runs going for Southern Arkansas in the top of the first with a ground rule double that scored Kobe Morris from second base. Martinez came around to score as well. Baker gets a strike. Here comes the 2-2. 3-2. Baker gave up 5 hits, 6 runs, all of them earned, 3 walks, didn't strike out anybody in the first inning. 3-2 to Martinez. Swing and a miss. Martinez may have swung at ball 4. Baker gets the K. That's a big one. So, even though Baker has given up 6 runs in the top of the first, he's retired the leadoff hitters for Southern Arkansas in both the first and the second, as Tucker Burton, SAU's right fielder, digs in and whiffs at the first pitch. Burton grounded out to the first baseman, Grayson Stevens, unassisted in the first inning. Oh, 1. It's pretty shocking. We're in the top of the second. There's 1 out. Tucker Burton is already the only Southern Arkansas player who has not reached safely. 1-1. Foul ball chopped into the Southern Arkansas dugout. 1-2. Tough start to the outing for Baker, who was so good last weekend in Henderson State's 2-1 victory over Southwestern Oklahoma State. 1-2. Misses low. Baker went to the changeup there. 2-2. Baker last weekend against Southwestern Oklahoma State, 6 innings, 6 hits, 1 run. Walked 2, struck out 8, and got the win. Moved to 2-0. 2-2 here. Burton stays alive as Brent McGee, who stands on deck for Southern Arkansas, drops the bat and collects the foul ball, returns it to the proper channels. Nobody on base. 1 out, top of the second. Mule Rider is already up 6-0. Fastball. Strike 3 called. Baker finally gets the decision from the home plate umpire. Baker and the home plate umpire had some words in the top of the first. Baker disagreed with some of the decisions, but Baker has stayed stoic and turned things around in the top of the second. Struck out Martinez swinging, strikes out Burton looking. As Brett McGee digs in, he walked and scored in the first. First pitch to McGee. Hooked foul. Hammered, but out of play. McGee 1 for 4 last night, pair of RBI, 0 for 3 earlier today in the first game of the doubleheader. McGee checks his swing. Inside fastball, catches the zone. Baker looking to strike out the side. Struck out Martinez and Burton. He's in front 0-2 on the catcher McGee. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Foul tipped into the glove of Josh Aguilar, and Matthew Baker comes right back, strikes out 3 Mule Riders.
The Reddies looking to get something going. No time to waste. Henderson State down 6-0. We'll go to the bottom of the second. You're listening to Reddies Baseball. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Caden Argenbright leads off the bottom of the second for Henderson State. Argenbright swings and fouls the first pitch of the inning. Back and out of play. Argenbright cooling off after just a sensational start to the week. Argenbright on Wednesday went 4 for 4, hit 2 home runs against Harding, then started game 1 of this weekend's 3-game set, 2 for 2. Ended the game 2 for 5 and went 0 for 3 in game 2 as he swings and misses at the 1-1. So Argenbright at one point this week had reached safely 7 straight times and had 6 hits in 6 at-bats. Behind 1-2 to Remy Bilodeau, who struck out 2 Reddies in the bottom of the first. Argenbright just gets a piece as the catcher McGee wore a little bit extra of that one, and home plate umpire walks out to the mound to give McGee extra time to regather himself, make sure everything's all good. McGee has been impressive behind the plate. He has caught all 3 games for Southern Arkansas this weekend. 1-2. Just inside Bilodeau. Misses with the fastball. McGee is going to have some sore quads on Sunday. 2-2 to Argenbright. Lifted down the left field line and foul. Argenbright behind it. Count stays the same, 2-2. Bottom of the second. 2-2 to the Reddies' leadoff hitter in the inning, and their cleanup hitter in the lineup, third baseman and the freshman, Caden Argenbright. Another 2-2 from Bilodeau. Punched to the right side of the infield. Baker charges, makes a basket-style gather, and throws to first for out number 1. Bilodeau has retired the first 4 Reddies he has faced. Bilodeau making his 7th appearance. This is his 2nd start in Bilodeau's first 5 outings this year, all out of the bullpen. He went 1 inning, 1.2, 2.1, 2.2, and then one inning again. So, and then after that, in the only start Bilodeau's made, he went 5 2/3. So Bilodeau's can go for a short time, but he's also got the longevity to give you more than half of a game's worth of innings as he goes 1-1 to Alec Lewis. So Bilodeau is capable of eating up a lot of innings for Southern Arkansas, who lead this ball game 6-0 in the bottom of the second. Alec Lewis waits on the 1-1. Swings and sends it right side, backing up the first baseman Peterson. He makes the throw to the covering pitcher Bilodeau, who beats Alec Lewis to the bag. So 2 ground balls to the right side and 2 outs for Bilodeau in the bottom of the second. Bilodeau has retired 5 in a row, looking to make it 6 straight, as Corbin Sestinas tries to give the Reddies their first base runner. 2 outs, bottom of the second. Bags empty for the Reddies, who trail 6-zip. First pitch to Sestinas. Strike, outer half. Southern Arkansas got 6 runs on 5 hits in the top of the first. Baker then came back to strike out the side on the top of the second. Bilodeau misses outside with a fastball. Bilodeau throws a fastball, changeup, slider. Fastball in the high 80s, changeup in the mid 80s, slider in the low 80s. He's looked very formidable so far. Sestinas hits it hard right at the shortstop or ranges to his left, slides the feet, and throws across the diamond for the out. 3 ground balls, 3 outs for the Reddies in the bottom of the second. We'll go to the third. Southern Arkansas in control, 6-0. Top of the third. Southern Arkansas leads 6-0. Ty Manning digs in, 1 for 1 with an RBI. Manning takes strike 1 inside corner. Manning made the score 2-0 in the top of the first with a single through the left side. Scored Martinez, who had doubled a couple minutes prior. Manning had a tough night on Friday, 0 for 5 with a strikeout, but was better in game 1 of the doubleheader today, going 2 for 4. Baker way ahead, 0-2. Manning fouls it off. Count will stay the same. Manning also scored one of Southern Arkansas's 2 runs in game 1 of today's doubleheader. Baker struck out 3 mule riders in a row, looking for the 4th here. 0-2. Fastball outside. 1-2. So it's been feast or famine and then some for Matthew Baker so far. Gave up 6 runs in the top of the first, then struck out the side in the top of the second. Manning leads off the top of the third. 1-2. Thought about it, kept the bat back. 2-2. Henderson State does not have a base runner. Southern Arkansas leads 6-0. Top of the third. Nobody on, nobody out. Manning leads off the inning. 2-2. Manning fouls it off his lower body. It caromed into fair territory, but foul ball as it deflected off the Southern Arkansas center fielder. Mostly sunny skies. The afternoon sun has burned off a lot of clouds here at Clyde-Berry Field. It's been a beautiful weekend for baseball. Temperatures in the 60s. Wind gusting out to left field at the moment. 2-2. Manning stays alive. Fouls it back and out of play. Manning, sophomore out of Flower Mound, Texas. Came to Southern Arkansas from Howard College. And Howard College is, I don't know much about it. I just know it's a pipeline for Southern Arkansas. They've got about 6 or 7 guys on this Mule Riders team from Howard College as Manning fouls another 2-2. Chops it down the third base line. Manning, Austin Baker, Jacob Martinez, Jake Smith, Mason Peterson, Brandon Gonzalez. Off the top of my head, those are all guys who came to Magnolia from Howard College. 2-2. Manning caps off a whaling at bat with a line drive single to center field. Ty Manning came into the third game of our 3-game set batting just .238, but he's showing off why he led Southern Arkansas with 34 hits and batted .378 in the COVID-shortened 2020 season last year. So Manning, a bit of a sleeping giant for Southern Arkansas, who has had things going early on in Game 3 of the weekend set. This is the rubber match. Southern Arkansas won Game 1, 9-6. Reddies won Game 2, 3-2. Henderson State scored all 3 runs in Game 2 of the series in the 7th inning to come back and win. Southern Arkansas, though, dominating Game 3. Manning takes off for second base, throw down, not in time. A good throw by the catcher Aguilar, good pick and a good tag by the second baseman Cowart, but Manning just too fast. Manning now 8 stolen bases in 9 attempts, and he might be the quickest mule rider on this SAU team. This is sent down the first baseline, foul. Baker had 0-2 on Zach Muldoon. Austin Baker has stolen 12 bases this year. Kobe Morris has stolen 11. Manning third on the team with 8 now. I think Manning would probably have the team lead if he was getting on base more. Baker just had a lot more opportunities to run, batting up over 100 points higher than Baker's batting 100 points higher than Manning is. But Manning obviously is starting to find his stroke as Baker misses just outside with the slider. Count goes to 1-2 on Zach Muldoon, who is the one guy in the Mule Riders lineup today who's not an everyday player. Muldoon playing in his 9th game for Southern Arkansas, this being SAU's 23rd game of the season. Muldoon making his 5th start, 3 hits and 14 at-bats for the senior. 1-2 from Baker. Foul ball, Muldoon stays alive. Still nobody out here in the top of the third. Ty Manning put together a great at-bat, got down 0-2, worked it back to 2-2, fouled off 3 pitches before singling into center field. 1-2 to Muldoon. Lifted to shallow right. Alec Lewis comes on, makes the catch. Manning will not test the arm of the Arkadelphia native, Alec Lewis. He stays at second. And Baker has the first out of the top of the third. We'll have a mound visit. We'll see if this is the end of the road for Matthew Baker. We'll be back on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Matthew Baker's day is done. It was a short outing for Baker. His shortest of the year, lasted just into the third inning as Ethan Perry takes over and pours in strike one to Mason Peterson. 0-1 to Peterson. Southern Arkansas leads 6-0, top of the third. Manning on second after the single and the stolen base. Gets inside on Aguilar, who took his time, and Manning just took off, went to third. Aguilar had the ball right in front of him, but Manning just had a big secondary lead, and Aguilar, a bit nonchalant, allowed Manning to take third base. Peterson behind it, fouls it away. 1-2 now. Baker lasts 2 1/3. Perry, the freshman, pitching for the third time this week. 1-2. Hit right side. This will score Manning. The second baseman, Cowart, moves to his left. Picks it off the turf and throws to first. Peterson retired, but he's got his third RBI of the day as he brings home Manning to make this a 7-0 game. So Southern Arkansas gets the extra point in the top of the third. They got 6 in the first. They lead 7-0 with 2 outs, bases empty, as Riley Orr digs in. Takes a fastball inside, ball 1. From Perry. Lifted high in the air. Shallow left center field. Bryson Haskins jogging in, makes the catch, and the side is retired. Southern Arkansas scores 1 run. That run, the responsibility to Matthew Baker. So Baker's day is officially done. Baker 2 1/3, 6 hits, 7 runs, only six of them earned. 3 walks, 3 Ks. Perry gets the last 2 outs at the top of the third. Henderson State's hole gets a little deeper. They trail 7-0. We'll go to the bottom of the third. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Henderson State trails 7-0, bottom of the third inning. Reddies still looking for their first base runner. Southern Arkansas starter Remy Bilodeau has retired the first 6 Reddies batters he has seen. Josh Aguilar digs in, leads things off, and takes a fastball outside, 1-0. Bilodeau 2+ now. No hits, no walks, 2 strikeouts. Bilodeau came into the outing 2.51 ERA. He's looked every bit as advertised as he misses again with a fastball, 2-0. Aguilar did not bat in Game 2 of the doubleheader, or Game 2 of the series, Game 1 of the doubleheader. He was a defensive replacement, took over behind the plate for Corbin Sestinas. 2-0. lined into right field. That one hops the right fielder Burton, and Josh Aguilar opens the Reddies account. Henderson State has a hit to lead off the bottom of the third, and Aguilar stays hot. Aguilar coming into that at bat was 5 for his last 9. Aguilar reached base safely 3 times last night and reaches first comfortably with a single to right field. Bryson Haskins fouls off the first pitch of his AB. 0-1. Aguilar, actually not giving Aguilar enough credit. I said he reached safely 3 times. He actually reached safely 4 times last night. He went 0 for 1, but he walked 3 times and was also hit by a pitch. So that on-base percentage, sky high for Josh Aguilar as Bryson Haskins checks his swing, but that's a strike anyway as Bilodeau catches the outside edge. Aguilar, who stands on first, has only logged 25 at-bats this year, so not enough to qualify for the team lead in average, but his on-base percentage right now is .556, so when he comes up, he almost always gets on. 0-2, Haskins takes the fastball, just misses off the plate. Count goes to 1-2 for Haskins, who extended his hitting streak to 6 games in Game 1 of the doubleheader. Haskins steps out of the batter's box. The catcher, Brent McGee, asks for time, wants to reset the signals to his pitcher, Remy Bilodeau. Reddies down 6-0, bottom of 7-0, excuse me. Bottom of the third. Reddies have a base runner. Josh Aguilar singled to lead off the inning. Bryson Haskins bats. Bilodeau comes to the plate. 1-2 count. Haskins takes a ball and it gets through the legs of the catcher McGee. That has scored a passed ball, and Aguilar goes to second. So the double play, at least the conventional double play, taken off the board. Count evened up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Again, 7-0. Southern Arkansas leads. Bottom of the third. This is a 7-inning game, so Henderson State's leash is shortened. They got to get the comeback started. They can't wait much longer. They got to get Aguilar home from second, hoping for a crooked number in this inning as Haskins reaches out and singles to right field. Aguilar will stop at third. Obviously, Aguilar could not go on contact because he had to wait and see if that got past the second baseman, Baker. A nice at-bat for Bryson Haskins. He looked off kilter. He got behind 0-2. He evened the count 2-2 with a couple takes, and Bryson Haskins, after going through a bit of a slump earlier this season, has extended the hitting streak now to 7 games. Haskins 1 for 4 with a double and a run in Game 2 of the 3-game weekend series. He scored the Reddies' first run as Logan Cowart launches the first pitch deep to right field. This will send Burton back to the warning track and will be plenty deep enough to score Josh Aguilar, who tags and comes home from third. So Logan Cowart does the job and brings home Aguilar from third. That is the first out of the bottom of the third. 1 out, 1 on for the Reddies now as Haskins leads off of first. So single from Aguilar, single from Haskins, and a sac fly from Cowart. Put Henderson State on the board, but lots more work left to do. Danny Mitchell digs in, lifts the first pitch of his at-bat. This should be a routine play. He sends it to left field. Martinez, the left fielder, settles under it and makes the play. No problem for Martinez, and Bilodeau, after allowing back-to-back singles, happy to take outs from Cowart and Mitchell Jr. For Bilodeau, obviously coming into the bottom of the third, up 7-0, just pound the strike zone. Don't allow walks. Make the opposite batters hit the baseball, and that's what Bilodeau has done. Henderson State hitting it obviously better in the inning, but if you're up 7-0 and you allow the first 2 guys to reach with singles, and you hold the opponent to 1 run in that inning, that's something you got to be satisfied with. As Grayson Stevens digs in, takes a strike and then a ball, 1-1. Stevens coming off a season-high 4 hits in the first game of our Saturday doubleheader. He went 4 for 4. 4 singles for Stevens. 1-1 to Stevens, turned on and belted. Grayson Stevens goes yard. I was just about to say Grayson Stevens, although he's been hitting the cover off the ball, just hasn't had many RBI opportunities. And that wasn't your typical RBI opportunity with Mitchell Jr. on first base, but Grayson Stevens turns it into one. Stevens, before the 2-run home run, had just 1 RBI in his last 12 games. Stevens had 16 RBI in the first 10 games of the season, 1 in his last 12, but he's got 2 there. And a little life for the Reddies as Joe Myers takes low. Ball 1. Henderson State has scored 3 in the inning. They trail 7-3. Bases empty after the Stevens homer. 2 outs. Joe Myers ropes this to short. Orr backhands and throws across the diamond to get Myers by a step. Nice play by Riley Orr to get Myers 6-3 and get out of the bottom of the 3rd. Henderson State gets 3 runs back, and Ethan Perry, the freshman, will try to keep the Mule Riders quiet when we go to the top of the 4th. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Henderson State stings Southern Arkansas for 3 runs in the bottom of the 3rd. We go to the top of the 4th. Reddies down 7-3. Henderson State goes to the bullpen for the 2nd time. Blake Patterson takes the hill. The 6-foot senior out of Benton, Arkansas, replaces Ethan Perry, who got the last 2 outs at the top of the 3rd. And Patterson's first pitch is a fastball, runs inside, misses badly, and hits Southern Arkansas's leadoff man and second baseman Austin Baker in the back. Not the way that old B-Pat wanted to start his outing. So 1 pitch and 1 base runner for Southern Arkansas in the top of the 4th. 7-3 ball game. Reddies trail the Mule Riders in the rubber match of our weekend series. Reddies won the first game of today's doubleheader 3-2 after Southern Arkansas won last night 9-6. Patterson's fastball to Kobe Morris is helmet high, taking ball 1. Stevens homered in the bottom of the 3rd. It was a 2-run blast to give the Reddies Their second and third runs brought home Mitchell Jr. Check on first base. Excuse me, that home run brought home Bryson Haskins. Apologies. That home run by Stevens was his 6th of the season. Second on the team, just behind Joe Myers. It was Stevens' 13th home run of his career. Strike into Morris. 1-1 to Southern Arkansas's hot-hitting third baseman. Morris, single and a run scored in the first, flew out to the center fielder also in the first, as Southern Arkansas sent 11 batters to the plate in the inning. This is sent left side. Mitchell Jr. is going to have to make a long run and makes the play. Mitchell Jr. ran a country mile to track that one down. The Reddies were expecting the pull from the left-handed hitting Kobe Morris. That one was off the end of the bat, high in the air, and would have fallen about 10 feet right of the chalk on the left field line if Mitchell Jr. hadn't raced over to make the play. So Morris unable to get the dying quail in for a hit. 1 on, 1 out now for the Mule Riders as Patterson checks on Baker at first base. Patterson's been feast or famine in his last 4 outings. Back on March the 13th, he went an inning, didn't give up an earned run as he fires a strike to the top of the zone to Martinez with a fastball. Then against Ouachita Baptist, went 1 1/3, gave up 2 earned runs. Then against Arkansas Tech on March 23rd, he went 2 1/3, didn't give up any runs, struck out 5. Then against Harding on Wednesday, went 2 innings, gave up 2 earned runs. So the Reddies really need the best from Blake Patterson as he misses with the fastball low at the shins of Jacob Martinez. 1-1. Patterson's fastball around to 86, 87. He'll reach back to get more and get into the high 80s from time to time. 1-1 to Martinez. Runner goes. Throw from Aguilar is high, and Baker has a stolen base. Baker, second all-time in Great American Conference history in stolen bases. Came into the weekend with 77 career thefts. He's now got 13 stolen bases this year. That pitch was a strike. Here's the 1-2. Neck high, fastball. 2-2. Patterson making his 9th appearance, all of them out of the pen. Patterson, second on the Reddies in appearances. Perry, with his appearance earlier today, has made his 10th appearance. This is Patterson's 9th. Patterson comes to the plate, 2-2. Reaches back and misses low. 3-2. Again, the Reddies got 3 runs in the bottom of the third to make it 7-3. We're now in the top of the fourth, and obviously it's a good ingredient for a Henderson State comeback, but again, big note, this is only a 7-inning game, so not as much time as there normally would be. 3-2. Martinez reaches out, slow roller to short. Myers shuffles to his left, picks it up 3 feet to the left side of the second base bag and throws out Martinez by a step. Myers got some help from the pitcher's mound as the pitcher's mound kind of redirected the baseball in the direction of Joe Myers, so he didn't have to range quite as far over. Baker, who was on second previously, moves over to third on the batted ball. So there are now 2 outs on the top of the fourth as Patterson misses high and outside to Tucker Burton. Burton 0 for 2. Trying to get that average back over the 300 threshold. 296 right now for Burton. Takes a fastball for a strike outside corner. One from Patterson. Inside 2-1. Burton reached safely 5 out of 6 times on Friday night. 2 for 3, a run, an RBI, and 3 walks. But struggled in game 1 of the doubleheader today. 0 for 3 and struck out. Burton jammed up there, and that one may have deflected off the knob of the bat. Evens up the count 2-2. Seven-3 our ball game, top of the 4th. Blake Patterson, the third Henderson State pitcher so far, second man out of the bullpen. Matthew Baker started, gave way to Ethan Perry, and now it's Blake Patterson. Perry did a great job in the second, retiring 2 Mule Riders. This is popped up by Burton. Left side of the infield, Joe Myers, the shortstop, calls for it and makes the catch. So the Reddies work around a Mule Rider base runner in the top of the 4th. Henderson State needs to keep the bats going. They trail 7-3. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th inning on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Henderson State University. Early in the evening here at Clydeberry Field, Reddies trail 7-3. Caden Argenbright digs in, leads off the bottom of the 4th. Reddies trail by 4 in a 7-inning game, hosting the Southern Arkansas Mule Riders. Argenbright takes low ball 1 and low ball 2. Argenbright digs in 0 for 1. Grounded out to the second baseman, Austin Baker, to lead off the 2nd inning. Sends it to Baker again. Chopper, right side. Baker charges and throws Argenbright out by 1.5 steps. So Baker retires Argenbright. Argenbright, at one point this week, had 6 hits in 6 trips to the plate. But Argenbright 0 for his last 5 as Alec Lewis digs in with 1 out and the base is empty. In the bottom of the 4th, Reddies down 7-3. Lewis takes fastball outside, 1-0. Lewis slowly but surely working his way out of a slump. 1 for 2, 2 walks and a double in game 1 of today's doubleheader. His fastball dips low. So both Argenbright and Lewis, the 2 Henderson State batters in the bottom of the 4th, have had 2-0 hitters counts. Argenbright couldn't do anything with it. Grounded out on the 2-0 to the second baseman, Austin Baker. 2-0 from Lewis, off the bat, off the glove of the catcher McGee, and foul. So Lewis, after the double in game 1 of the doubleheader, has hit safely in 3 straight games after having just 1 hit in the previous 5 games. 2-1. And make it 4 straight games for Alex Lewis. He's got a hit through the left side, line drive, frozen rope. The Reddies have a 1-out base runner. And again, Alec Lewis slowly but surely working out of that little lull. And that makes the Reddies offense just so much more dangerous. Mitchell Jr., Stevens, Myers, Argenbright. And when Alec Lewis has the bat going, just adds a whole new ingredient. Bryson Haskins has been hitting the ball better. Josh Aguilar is red hot. Henderson State's had it going most of the season with the bat in hands. They're going to need more of it as they trail by 4 in the bottom of the 4th inning. Corbin Sestinas takes fastball for a strike. Sestinas appeared to be a little surprised by that decision from the home plate umpire. He thought that may have been off the plate. Sestinas, the freshman catcher, DHing as Aguilar gets the start behind the plate today. Swings and fouls off the 0-1 fastball. 0-2 now to Sestinas. Sestinas got his chance this season in the midweek game against Ouachita Baptist back on March 16th, and he took advantage. Went 2 for 4 with a double, and has now hit safely in 5 of his 7 starts. 0-2 to Sestinas, trying to make something happen. Lewis leads off first. That's in the dirt. Good block by McGee, who disregards the mask. But Lewis stands on first, staying put. 1 out, 1 on. Reddies bat in the bottom of the 4th. Southern Arkansas got 6 runs in the top of the 1st after some controversial calls on balls and strikes from Matthew Baker, Henderson State starter. Slow roller to third. This could be 2 more as Fields goes to Baker at second. On to first. 5-4-3 inning-ending double play. The Reddies get a base runner. Alec Lewis extends his hitting streak to 4 games, but they are erased. Morris, Baker, Peterson. 5-4-3 double play. We'll go to the 5th. You're listening to Reddies Baseball. Welcome back to Clyde-Berry Field here on the campus of Henderson State University. Reddies trail 7-3. We start the top of the 5th. Again, said it before, say it again. Broken record, but it's important. This is just a 7-inning game as Blake Patterson throws to Brent McGee, and this is going to be trouble. Deep to right center field, and Brent McGee has his 7th home run of the season. Brent McGee had 6 long balls in 21 games coming into the weekend, so he hits a home run almost every 3 games. So that's pretty much once a weekend. The Reddies trail 8-3 as Brent McGee goes yard. McGee had 9 homers in 23 games last season. He's got 7 homers in 22 games this season. First pitch swinging, fouling back is Ty Manning. So McGee goes yard. Manning looking to keep the line moving. Manning 2 for 2. RBI single and a run scored in the first. Singled and scored in the third. Southern Arkansas got 6 in the top of the first. One in the third, one so far in the fifth after McGee's solo shot. 0-2. Manning stays alive. Those 6 runs in the first by the Mule Riders. Matthew Baker, Henderson State's pitcher, thought he had a strikeout on an 0-2 count, or on a 2-strike count. The very next pitch was a 2-run scoring base hit, made it 4-0, and then Baker later on thought he had another strikeout, and then a couple pitches later, the score went to 6-0 with another base hit as Manning strikes out on some high heat from Blake Patterson. So it was very close to being just 2-0 after the first inning, which would be obviously make it a whole different ball game. But Henderson State has been playing from way behind for the entirety of Game 3 of the weekend and the series rubber match, as both teams split the first 2 games. Southern Arkansas won 9-6 on Friday. The Reddies won 3-2 earlier in our doubleheader as Blake Patterson quickly into the windup. I think Zach Muldoon, who is batting, was calling for time, or asking for time as he dug in, but he was not awarded it. I don't think he was ready to hit. Patterson working quickly. Now the count 1-1 on Muldoon. 2-1 as Patterson misses with a fastball outside. Patterson's fastball in the high 80s. Also throws that curveball in the mid-70s. He's been mostly fastball, though. 2-1. Strike, 2-2. Muldoon did not play in games 1 and 2 of the series. This is his 5th start of the season and the Mule Riders' 23rd game. Muldoon 0 for 1 today, walked and scored on the first. This is pulverized to deep left field, and it gets by Danny Mitchell Jr. Muldoon will stroll into second for the double. Muldoon gives the Mule Riders a 1-out double in the top of the 5th as Mason Peterson digs in. Peterson 1 for 2, 3 RBI. Had a 2-run double in the first. Grounded out in the third to the second baseman Cowart, but that also scored a run as Manning came home from third and scored. Peterson swings through and misses. 0-1. Peterson hoping that this game is the one that starts his 2021 season. Peterson started Game 3 of the series batting just 176. Peterson last year batted 378. One the count. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 1 on for Southern Arkansas on the top of the 5th. They've already scored 1 run in the inning. It was Brent McGee doing it himself. Solo home run over the right center field fence to lead things off here in the top of inning number 5. Blake Patterson on the hill for the Reddies. He just worked 1 1/3, giving up 2 hits, 1 run. Walked nobody, struck out 1. Fastball, strike 2, right down Broadway to Peterson. For Southern Arkansas, it's been all Remy Bilodeau, excuse me. He's in line for the win right now. For Henderson State, Matthew Baker started, went just 2 1/3. Ethan Perry went .2 innings, and Blake Patterson has worked the rest. Patterson misses high, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Baker, again, the starter for the Reddies, 2 1/3, 6 hits, 7 runs, 6 of them earned, 3 walks, 3 Ks. Baker in line for the loss, and unless Henderson State can put together a tremendous comeback. Patterson looks at second, comes home 2-2. Fastball low, 3-2. Perry did a great job out of the pen replacing Baker. Got the last 2 outs in the top of the 3rd. It was the 3rd time this week Perry has thrown, so that freshman arm getting a serious workout, but Perry had an excellent week for the Reddies. did not allow a single run in across 3 starts as Patterson misses inside to Peterson. And Peterson works a walk, occupying a previously vacant first base. No action in the bullpen. Henderson State has already thrown all of their primary arms so far this weekend. Tucker, Langston, Patterson, and Perry have gone. You've also got Trevor Gracie, but haven't seen much of Gracie on the weekends. He's mostly been the weekday starter for Henderson State, so I'd be pretty shocked to see Gracie as Patterson gets the fastball in for a strike. Outside edge on Riley Orr, the ninth hitting shortstop. Orr bats with 2 on. Muldoon on second, Peterson on first. Reddies trail this ball game 8-3 in the top of the 5th. Patterson misses outside with the fastball. 1-1 now. Patterson has thrown 33 pitches. 19 of them have been strikes. One. 2-1. Patterson misses just off the plate as Orr showed bunt briefly, but pulled the bat back. Orr 0 for 1, walked and was stranded on third in the 6-run first for the Mule Riders. 2-1, hit hard to right center field. Alec Lewis over to make the catch, tagging and heading to third safely, and standing up is Zach Muldoon. So that'll be runners on the corners with 2 outs in the top of the 5th as Southern Arkansas's order resets. Austin Baker, the leadoff man and the second baseman, digs in 1 for 2. Baker, one of 7 Mule Riders with a base knock. Tucker Burton and Riley Orr, only Mule Riders without a hit here in the top of the 5th. 8 runs on 8 hits for the Mule Riders, 3 runs on 4 hits for the Reddies. First pitch to Baker, fastball from Patterson, stays outside. 1-0. Baker flew out to center in the first at-bat of the game, and then came back up in the first and had a 2-run single. Peterson takes off and steals second, standing up, no throw down. Patterson's fastball clips the outside edge, 1-1. 2 on, 2 out. Reddies trail 8-3, top of the 5th. Southern Arkansas trying to add to their lead. This is bolted out to right field, and Bryson Haskins makes the play. Henderson State once again has Austin Baker played perfectly. Baker loves sending it to the opposite field. He did it again there, but Haskins positioned well. He makes a running catch, and the Reddies strand 2 Mule Rider base runners. Southern Arkansas, though, does get a run. Solo home run from Brett McGee makes it an 8-3 SAU lead. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. You're listening to Reddies Baseball. Welcome back to Clyde Berry Field. Reddies, lots of work to do. We go to the bottom of the 5th in a 7-inning game. So the Reddies down by 5. 8-3 the score. Mule Riders in front. Reddies have 9 outs to work with. Josh Aguilar leads off the bottom of the 5th for HSU. Aguilar swinging a scorching hot bat. Single and a run scored in the 3rd. Aguilar 6 for his last 10 as he takes fastball outer half for a strike. Southern Arkansas expecting the pull. 3 infielders to the first base side of second base. Third baseman Morris in the second base position, usually occupied by Austin Baker. Baker, second baseman, shallow right field. Also the outfielders, Manning and Burton, shaded over to the right. So lots of room out in left center field if Aguilar can send it out there. 1-1, misses 2-1. Aguilar reached 4 times last night in the Reddies' 9-6 loss to Southern Arkansas. He worked 3 walks and was hit by a pitch. He was a defensive substitution in Game 1 of our doubleheader today, and he's 1 for 1 so far in Game 2. 2-2 count. Aguilar swings through a 2-1 fastball. Remy Bilodeau on for his 5th inning of work. He's thrown 4 innings, given up 4 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned. Hasn't walked a batter, and he struck out 2 Reddies. Bilodeau right now in line for the win. 4 innings completed in a 7-inning game. Aguilar calls for time just before Bilodeau gets into his windup. Bilodeau, with that name, you'd think he's from the boot, but he's a Hot Springs, Arkansas native, and gets Aguilar to swing through. Aguilar off balance on the fastball, and the sophomore Bilodeau out of Lakeside High School has his 3rd K of the day and his first out of the bottom of the 5th. Bryson Haskins getting set to dig in. Haskins has really been swinging a solid bat as of late. Haskins takes low, ball 1. Reddies trail 8-3, bottom of the 5th. 1 out, nobody on base for Haskins, the Reddies center fielder and 8-hitter. 1-0 from Bilodeau. Stung to the left side of the infield. Morris makes a head-high nab and has time to throw out Haskins at first for out number 2. Haskins had his hitting streak extended to 7 games in his first at-bat, but grounds out 5-3, and he's now 1 for 2 as Logan Cowart digs in. Cowart drove home the Reddies' first run. Sent a sac fly to deep right field that scored Josh Aguilar from 3rd. That made it 7-1 at the time. The Reddies would add 2 more in the inning as Grayson Stevens hit his 6th home run of the year. But Southern Arkansas added 1 more in the top of the 5th to go back in front 8-3. It's been all SAU all day. Southern Arkansas got 6 runs in the top of the 1st. Reddies bat with the bases empty, 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. Logan Cowart takes a strike, now 1-1. Cowart mostly used this season as a defensive replacement at second base, but getting the start in the order here in the last game of the weekend series. Cowart again takes fastball. 1-2 now to count. Cowart trying to give the Reddies a 2-out base runner in the bottom of the 5th. Strike 3 called. McGee knew that was strike 3 before the umpire said anything. Bilodeau strikes out 2 Reddies in the bottom of the 5th. He's got 4 Ks on the day. We'll go to the 6th. Henderson State running out of time. Down 8-3 on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. We go to the top of the 6th. Blake Patterson stays on the hill for HSU. Patterson has already completed 2 innings. He's gotten 6 outs in that time frame. He's allowed 2 hits. One of them, a solo home run from Brent McGee. It's the only run that Patterson has allowed. Southern Arkansas leads it off with Kobe Morris, who takes a fastball up at the chest. 1-0. Southern Arkansas 8, Henderson State 3, top of the 6th. 1-0. 2-0. Patterson misses with a curveball. Patterson trying to keep it relatively close. Southern Arkansas trying to break the game wide open. Up 5 runs in the top of the 6th. Again, this is a 7-inning game, so Henderson State quickly running out of opportunities. Reddies only have 6 outs left. Patterson finds the zone with a strike. 2-1. Make it 2-2. Back-to-back fastball strikes from Patterson. Morris 1 for 3 with a run scored in the first. Morris right at 400 this season. He's been the Mule Riders' best hitter all year. 2-2. Hammered on the ground, fouled on the first base line. Morris turned on the 2-2, but got just in front of it. Morris 2 for 3, pair of RBI and a solo home run. On Friday night, he was 0 for 3 with an RBI in Game 1 of the doubleheader earlier this afternoon. 2-2. Breaking ball. Tipped off the bat of Morris, tipped off the glove of Aguilar, and that bumps the home plate umpire in the mask. Hopefully he is just fine. He walks out to Blake Patterson in front of the pitcher's mound to give himself a bit of extra time to make sure everything's where it's supposed to be. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out, nobody on, as Kobe Morris leads off the top of the 6th for the Mule Riders. 2-2 from Patterson. Jam shot, popped up. Second baseman Cowart gathers under it and has no problem. So Patterson starts the inning with back-to-back balls to Southern Arkansas's most dangerous hitter, Kobe Morris, but gets Morris to pop out weakly to the second baseman, Logan Cowart. 8-3 the score. Mule Riders in front. Approaching 6 p.m. here in Arkadelphia. This is the rubber match of the weekend series. Patterson misses outside with a fastball to Jacob Martinez, 1-0. Southern Arkansas won 9-6 on Friday night. Henderson State won 3-2 in a comeback victory. Reddies got all 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th after trailing 2-0 in Game 1 of today's doubleheader. Patterson finds the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, nobody on. As Patterson deals to Martinez. Fastball misses. Patterson might have to get his hat resized. It's the second time that we've seen the senior Patterson throw in the last couple of days, and it seems like half the time his hat's coming off when he follows through. Shot left side, Argenbright, the third baseman, stoic, lets the ball come to him, fields it head high, and throws across the diamond for out number 2. Number 24, Tucker Burton, digs in. Burton is the lone Mule Rider who has not reached safely today. Burton swings through the vicious curveball, 0-1. Burton 0 for 3, or 0 for 2, but or worked a walk. So Burton looking to reach base safely. That curveball from Patterson just then may have been his best pitch of his outing. That was right down the pipe. Changed speeds on Burton And Patterson quickly ahead, 0-2, looking to set Burton down in 3 pitches. Here's the 0-2. That's inside, 1-2. Burton 0 for 3, now batting .292 for SAU. 1-2. Hit hard, right side of the infield. Cowart, the second baseman, ranges to his left, gathers, spins, and throws to first to retire Burton. Burton 0 for 4. Patterson works a clean 6th inning. We'll go to the bottom half. Reddies with work to do. You're listening to HSU Baseball on the Reddies Radio Network. It'll be the top of the order for the Reddies in the bottom of the 6th. Danny Mitchell Jr., Grayson Stevens, and Joe Myers due up. Reddies trail 8-3 as we start the bottom of inning number 6. Final game of a 3-game set here at Clydeberry Field. Both teams have 1 win in the first 2. This is the rubber match. SAU in control as Remy Bilodeau stays on the hill and deals to Danny Mitchell Jr. Bilodeau works his 6th inning. He's gotten 15 outs, 5 innings pitched, 4 hits, 3 runs, all earned, no walks, 4 Ks. 0-1 to Bilodeau, or 0-1 from Bilodeau to Mitchell Jr., who swings through. 0-2 as Bilodeau changes up on Mitchell Jr. And Mitchell Jr. swings over the top. Mitchell Jr. struck out in the first, flew out to the left fielder Martinez in the 3rd. 0-2. Fastball, tails outside, 1-2. Mitchell Jr. trying to stay hot since moving into the leadoff spot. 8 for 26 is the leadoff man for the Reddies this season. That's a .307 average as Mitchell Jr. takes low, ball 2. Before moving to the leadoff spot, Danny Mitchell Jr. was batting just .228 in his first 17 games, but much better since spearheading the order. Bilodeau was ahead 0-2. Now it's 3-2 as Bilodeau misses badly on 3 straight pitches. Bilodeau has not walked a Henderson State batter. Haven't been a lot of 3-ball counts. 3-2 here. Mitchell Jr. has a free pass. DMJ, the Little Rock native, has his sweet 16th walk of the year. That leads Henderson State. And Grayson Stevens, perhaps swinging the hottest bat of any Reddy, digs in with nobody out and 1 on in the bottom of the 6th. Strike to Stevens. 8-3 score. Southern Arkansas got 6 on the top of the 1st, 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 5th. Henderson State got all 3 runs in the bottom of the 3rd. Fastball misses outside. So we've played 15 innings so far today. 9 in game 1. We're in the 6th inning here. Henderson State's only scored in 2 innings. They scored 3 in the bottom of the 7th in game 1, 3 in the bottom of the 3rd here in game 2 as Stevens has another base hit. Mitchell Jr. round 2nd. He'll go to 3rd easily as Stevens reaches through the right and sends it through the right side. Grayson Stevens is just putting on a Tom Amansky level hitting clinic right now. Stevens, 2 for 3. He was 4 for 4 in game 1 of the doubleheader. So on a spring Saturday afternoon, Grayson Stevens is a combined 6 for 7. Stevens is 18 for his last 35 as Joe Myers crouches down out of the way of the first pitch fastball that would have got him right in the noggin if he had not dipped low. Runners on the corners for the Reddies. Nobody out. Bottom of the 6th. Nobody warming in the Southern Arkansas bullpen as Bilodeau deals to Myers. Sent out to right field. Could be trouble. This will drop just foul. Oh, that is such a tough break for the Reddies. Myers sends a dying quail down the right field line. Southern Arkansas's right fielder was playing expecting the pull, and if that lands, that is real trouble for Southern Arkansas. Obviously it scores Mitchell Jr. It's probably extra bases, but instead just a foul ball. Count now 1-1 to Myers. Reddies trail 8-3, bottom of the 6th. Myers late again, 1-2. Myers ripped a solo home run in the 2nd inning of last night's game. But other than that, Myers has struggled with the bat in his hand this weekend. Myers looking for a big hit here. Nobody out. Runners on the corners. 1-2. That's in the dirt. Stevens takes off. Throw down to second. And Stevens is out. That is a really tough out for the Reddies to take. Down 5 runs in the bottom of the 6th. I understand what Stevens was thinking. He saw the pitch was going to head to the dirt, and he thought he got a good break on it. With McGee blocking it, but McGee just made a great throw to get Stevens at second. So 1 out, 1 on now for the Reddies, and Myers swings through. Sheesh. What a bad sequence for the Reddies. Henderson State had runners on the corners with nobody out. 2 pitches later, 2 outs and a runner on third. The wind taken out of Henderson State's sails right there as Caden Argenbright digs in. Mitchell Jr. stands on third. That's in the dirt. McGee again making a nice block to keep it in front. Mitchell Jr. walked on a 3-2 count. Grayson Stevens singled through the right side. Reddies had runners on the corners, nobody out, and it looked like they were headed towards a crooked number, but Stevens thrown out, and Myers strikes out. Argenbright thrown out at first as Baker makes a great play in shallow right field. Moving to his left, makes a spinning throw. So Henderson State has runners on the corners and nobody out, and they can't score a run. We'll go to the top of the 7th. This will be the last inning in our 7-inning game. We'll take a break on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. The outing continues for Blake Patterson. Patterson has already logged his longest outing of the season, 3 innings completed. His previous long was 2 1/3 against Arkansas Tech on March 23rd, but Henderson State has run out of arms in the back end of our weekend series. Southern Arkansas leads off the top of the 7th in our final inning in our 7-inning shortened game. Brent McGee led off the top of the 5th with a solo home run, looking for a little deja vu as Patterson misses outside 1-0. McGee's dinger in the 5th was his 7th of the year, breaking a tie with Tucker Burton for the team lead in home runs. This is hit hard right at Grayson Stevens, the first baseman. Stevens crouches, collects, and beats McGee to the first base bag. A quick quick first out in the top of the 7th for the Mule Riders. The Reddies snapped Southern Arkansas's 9-game winning streak in Game 2 of the weekend series, but Southern Arkansas poised to restart one here in front 8-3 in the top of the 7th. Henderson State gets a strike from Blake Patterson, 0-1 to Ty Manning. Manning had a rough start to the weekend, 0 for 5 on Friday, as he fouls off the 0-1, now 0-2. But Manning came back, went 2 for 4 in Game 1 of the doubleheader, and is 2 for 3 in today's game. So Manning making progress, trying to get his 2020 form back when he hit 360. 0-2. Fastball outside. Taken. 1-2 the count. Manning, RBI single and a run scored in the first. Single up the middle and a run scored in the third and struck out in the 5th. 1-2 from Patterson and another strikeout from Manning. So 2 singles and 2 Ks. Blake Patterson has really settled into this ball game. He's looked very sharp, which one of the few positives for Henderson State in this contest. Patterson got off to a very shaky start when he entered, but has been good as of late. Zach Muldoon, on the other hand, looks good too. Muldoon 1 for 2, now make him 2 for 3. A double in the 5th, a single with 2 outs in the top of the 7th as he shoots it back up the box. 1 hops into center field, and Muldoon will go back to the dugout. Southern Arkansas will employ a pinch runner. This is number 9, Matt Aiken, redshirt freshman out of Rison, Arkansas, from Woodlawn High School. So Muldoon, who was DHing, his day is done. Mason Peterson digs in. Peterson, 3 ribbies for the Mule Riders. He's 1 for 2. 2-run double in the first. RBI ground out in the third. Patterson checks on the pinch runner Aiken at first. Aiken slides back safely. Peterson has 3 of SAU's 8 RBI. First pitch swinging. Foul ball out of play. So Patterson took over in the 4th. Worked around an inning opening hit by pitch. He plunked Austin Baker as Aiken takes off. Throw down to second is not in time. A looping throw from Josh Aguilar. I don't think he got a lot on that as Aiken steals a bag and moves into scoring position. So again, Patterson worked around a hit by pitch to lead off the 4th, and he gave up a leadoff home run to Brent McGee in the 5th, but he retired the Mule Riders in order in the 6th and is trying to work around a 2-out single here in the 7th. All in all, Patterson's been good in relief. Henderson State's bats have just been quiet today. 0-2. Fouled off the home plate umpire, who has worn a few pearls today. 0-2. Patterson looking for his third K, looking to end the inning right here to Peterson. Peterson does not agree. He fouls it off into the netting, left side, behind home plate. Matt Aiken leads off second, pinch running for Zach Muldoon, who singled up the middle with 2 outs. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Patterson gets Peterson to swing through the fastball, and Patterson heads to the dugout. 4 innings completed by Patterson. 3 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 3 Ks. The Reddies have 3 outs left. They need 5 runs. We'll see if they can do it when we come back on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Last licks for the Reddies. They need a lot. Reddies trail 8-3, bottom of the 7th. This is the last inning in our shortened 7 game. Alec Lewis digs in, leads off for HSU. Takes fastball low. Ball 1. Lewis 1 for 2. Tags this one. But no chance for the left fielder Martinez, who pulls up after a wind sprint, gets over the left side of the left field wall. 1-1 to Lewis. Bilodeau trying to finish it off for Southern Arkansas. He's already gone 6 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, all earned, 1 walk, 5 Ks. Bilodeau trying to move to 2-0. 1-1, make it 1-2. Bilodeau pulls the string, and Lewis swings up over the top. Lewis on a 4-game hitting streak, moving that average back up closer to the 300 threshold. 1-2, just missed a bit low. 2-2. Again, Lewis 4 straight games with a hit after just 1 hit in his previous 5 games. So there's one looking for positives in this game so far. It's Lewis being better with the bat as he flies this one to deep left center field, and it one-hops the wall. Lewis has extra bases. He stops at second as Manning, the center fielder, chased that down in left field as it caromed off the wall and went right back behind Martinez. So Henderson State, like I said, needs 5 runs to tie this ball game in the bottom of the 7th, which is the final inning in this contest. And that's the way you want to start. Alec Lewis has his 2nd double of the day, had a double in the first game of our doubleheader, and a double just moments ago. Lewis 7 doubles on the season, just 1 behind Henderson State's leader in that category, Caden Argenbright. He's got 8. Corbin Sestinas digs in. First pitch swinging, and this could be extra bases. It's cut off by Burton in right field as Sestinas brings home Lewis. And let me check on the right fielder, as I think there might have been a defensive substitution out in right for Southern Arkansas. That is Chris Lyles out there in right, so I apologize, as Lyles was the right fielder who tracked that ball down before it got to the gap. But either way, it's an RBI single for Corbin Sestinas, and we'll have a mound visit as Remy Bilodeau has given up back-to-back line drive hits to start the bottom of the 7th. We'll take a quick break on the Henderson State Sports Network. Yep. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Bilodeau remains on the bump for Southern Arkansas. He misses with a fastball outside to Henderson State's catcher Josh Aguilar. So a double for Lewis and an RBI single for Sestinas to start the bottom of the 7th. It's 8-4 now. Henderson State trying to fight its way back. Aguilar just missed it. Fouls it straight back into the netting behind home plate. Southern Arkansas has two arms up at the pen. Maddox Solomon and Dakota Frazier both throwing, as Bilodeau has gotten to the mid-80s in his pitch count. 1-1, 2-1. Would be kind of surprised to see Solomon come back in the game. He pitched 1 2/3 innings earlier today. 2-1. Low. 3-1. McGee pounces up and out of his catcher's crouch. Thought about throwing behind Sestinas at first base, but keeps the pearl in hand before throwing back to the pitcher Bilodeau. Henderson State trying to keep the line moving. 3-1 to Aguilar. Fouled back, out of play, 3-2. Frazier, who is also warming in the pen, has only logged 1 inning so far this season. Gave up 1 hit, 1 walk, but didn't allow a run. So could be called into a big spot. 3-2. This is hammered. Left center field. Manning sprinting back, makes a leaping catch against the wall. Oh my, what a play from Ty Manning. Manning just took away extra base hits. An extra base hit from Josh Aguilar. If Manning can't make that catch, things get real interesting, because Corbin Sestinas is probably on third and Aguilar is probably on second. Instead, 1 on and 1 out, Sestinas on first. Manning saw Bryson Haskins, Henderson State center fielder, make a catch against the wall earlier, and he said, anything you can do, I can do better. What a catch by Manning. Maybe the defensive play of the series, as Bryson Haskins digs in after just watching his center fielder counterpart, Ty Manning, making a spectacular play out in center. Haskins takes the first pitch low and outside, 1-0. Make it 2-0. Haskins 1 for 2. Hitting streak for Haskins up to 6 games now. 2-0. Fastball right at the belt. 2-1. Reddies trail this ball game 8-4. Bottom of the 7th. This is the last inning, as the second game of the doubleheader in the GAC is 7 innings. This is just that. Southern Arkansas did most of their damage in the first. They scored 6 in the opening frame. 2-1 to Haskins as Sestinas leads off first. Outside 3-1. Again, Southern Arkansas has 2 arms warming in the pen. Billadu has thrown up over 90 pitches. He went 5 2/3 innings against Southeastern Oklahoma State on March 27th. Threw 96 pitches in that game, so getting to the end of his rope. 3-1. Ball 4. Haskins walks. And looking back again on Manning's tremendous catch in the outfield, you gotta think again how important that catch was, as Alex Day digs in. Alex Day, I got a new nickname. I like to call Day the working man, because Day wears leather cowhide working gloves when he bats. They're not batting gloves. They're not athletic gloves. They're work gloves you might get at the hardware store. So Alex Day digs in with 2 on, 1 out, bottom of the 7th, with his distinguishable gold. Those are gold gloves. That's how you get some gold gloves, usually for fielding. But Day wears the gold gloves hitting. Fouls off the first pitch of the at-bat. Day pinch hitting in the spot of the second baseman and the 9-hole hitter, Logan Cowart. Day's got Sestinas on second, Haskins on first, 1 out, bottom of the 7th. Hit hard and through. The working man gets it done. Everybody advances 90 feet. Sestinas stops at third as Day shoots it through the left side of the infield. Haskins goes to second, and the tying run has come to the plate, represented by Danny Mitchell Jr. The Reddies will use a pinch runner. Alex Day does the job, gets a round of applause from his dugout, and is replaced on first base by Jake Dunn. Jake Dunn, the first man out of the dugout to pinch run as usual, goes to first. Bases loaded for HSU. 8-4 ball game, bottom of the 7th. This is the shortened game, the 7-inning game, so this is effectively the bottom of the 9th. Danny Mitchell Jr. digs in and stings one deep to left field. Martinez going back at the wall, makes the catch. Tagging and coming home is Sestinas. Oh my goodness. Off the bat, I thought that we had a tie ball game. That is the second extra base hit Southern Arkansas has taken away from Henderson State in this inning. Josh Aguilar had one robbed by Manning in left center field. Martinez robs Mitchell Jr. in left. Unbelievable, just unbelievable defensive plays by the Southern Arkansas outfielders. If those 2 balls aren't caught, we could have a tie game already. Instead, Henderson State still trails by 3, 8-5. Stevens bats and hits it hard right at Martinez, who makes a leaping catch to end the game. Southern Arkansas wins 8-5 and takes the series 2-1.